Chapter 1251. There's a strange energy in the yellow spring water that can escape the suction of the whirlpool. If it's not the yellow spring water, how could I escape the whirlpool? When Yi Qinghan entered the reincarnation dimension through the yellow spring water, Yi Qinghan looked back at the whirlpool that was like the mouth of a giant beast and swallowed his saliva with lingering fear. It's great that I'm out. The range of my divine sense has recovered. I don't want to stay in that damned place for a second longer. Yi Qinghan was like a bird that escaped from a cage. He swam happily in the yellow spring water, but his divine sense began to explore the reincarnation dimension. He wasn't sure if Xianxia would wait for him in the reincarnation mystic realm. Although he had a feeling that he could fight Xianxia with the power of cold was too little. If he attacked with all his strength, he would only have enough energy for 10 attacks. Therefore, when facing Xianxia, Yi Qinghan was a little scared. There's someone at the entrance? Yi Qinghan's face turned cold. He discovered that there were people guarding the reincarnation mountain in the reincarnation dimension. He immediately stopped moving and carefully examined the area. Haha, it's Jida's people. After a while, Yi Qinghan learned from the conversation of a few martial artists that Jida had arranged for them to guard here. He was overjoyed. Then his divine sense circled the reincarnation mystic realm a few times. After confirming that Xianxia wasn't there, he immediately shot out. Oh, there's someone. At the mouth of the yellow spring water, a group of godly king martial artists saw a fiery red figure emerging. Their faces tightened as they activated their divine power and prepared to attack. Humph! Yi Qinghan didn't use the power of cold. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he released his soul skill, Soul Illusion. This group of God King realm martial artists' souls were pitifully weak. In an instant they all fell into the illusion and retreated together in fear. Yi Qinghan looked at the familiar scene and smelled the fragrant air. He felt refreshed from head to toe. I'm back, it feels great to be back. Another narrow escape from death. Yi Qinghan felt like he had been reborn. Xiaohei, we're finally back. Yi Qinghan immediately sent a telepathic message to Xiaohei. Xiaohei transformed into a shadow and appeared instantly. Seeing that it was the reincarnation plane, he immediately turned into a netherworld and flew over. He flew a few rounds in the reincarnation plane before flying back. He shouted from afar, "Ha boss, we are finally back." Yi Qinghan steadied his emotions. Then he removed the soul illusion and shouted at the warriors, "All of you come here." When the warriors saw that the white fog in front of them had disappeared, they hurriedly knelt down in front of Yi Qinghan in fear and said, "Greetings, my lord. Just now we mistakenly thought that it was a monster from the Yellow Springs and offended my lord. Please forgive us." "Where is big brother Jida?" Yi Qinghan asked urgently. Then he realized that they would definitely not know. So he quickly changed his words and said, "He is the level 9 expert who arranged for you to guard here." "Oh, you are asking about that lord?" The warriors suddenly realized and said, "That lord will come here to check every year." "My lord, it's not a coincidence. That lord came here half a year ago. I estimate that he will only come back after another half a year." Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. Jida and the others were really outside the reincarnation plane. He gritted his teeth and released a trace of cold power. Then he shot up into the sky and shouted at Xiaohei, "Xiaohei, let's go to the endless void. The enchantress Shui must be outside. Let's go." When Xiaohei heard Li Shui's name, he immediately turned into a gust of wind and floated up into the sky. Cold power. The incomparably strong and overbearing energy made Yi Qinghan's speed more than 3 times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the side of the origin energy. When Xiaohei came up, the human and the soul immediately drilled out of the plane. After flashing through the passage between the vortexes, Yi Qinghan's divine sense immediately radiated in all directions. However, there was nothing in the endless void. There was no 9-story pagoda standing quietly outside, waiting for the two of them to return as Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei had imagined. He came here half a year ago. He couldn't have left immediately. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. Since Jida could come here once a year, it meant that Xianxia had already returned to the divine realm. Nothing could have happened to Jida and the others. The power of cold was being consumed too quickly. It was impossible for Yi Qinghan to search in the endless void. He could only bitterly bring Xiaohei back to the reincarnation plane. In the end, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He didn't even enter for half a day before the Soul Emperor Pavilion slowly flew over. Then it started to circle around the 4 vortexes outside the reincarnation plane. Half a year later, under the hopeful gazes of a group of people, Jida flashed out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion again and flew towards the reincarnation plane. However, no one had any hope in their hearts. After all, Jida had entered thousands of times. Jida also didn't have much hope. In his heart he was thinking of finding a few more beauties to fool around with. His private life was a little messy. In the past, when he was a god bandit leader, he had a lot of wives and concubines. After becoming the Misty Sovereign, he had even more beauties. He couldn't live without a woman every night. Sigh. Life is really as lonely as snow. I don't have any pursuits. I can only feel the meaning of life when I'm on a fresh and beautiful woman's body. Jida shook his head and muttered to himself. He entered the reincarnation plane. Before he spread out his divine senses, he felt a divine sense locking onto him. The domineering divine sense was filled with a piercingly cold intent, giving Jida a fright. Big brother Jida. Then there was a deafening roar. Jida's body trembled and he almost fell from the sky. His face was filled with joy as he cried out involuntarily, "Little Han!" When his divine sense locked onto the main city of the Luan continent, the Luan Sword City's square, there was a fiery red figure waving at him. Jidihu's tears were boiling as he flew downwards rapidly. Before he got close, he punched Yi Qinghan with force. He was crying and laughing at the same time as he roared, "Little Han, I knew it, I knew you would come out alive. Little Han, what are you playing at?" Boom. Because Jida was too excited, he casually punched. He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan's body would suddenly fly out and smash a hole in the mayor's mansion of the Sword Wheel City. "Jida, you idiot. Boss's body is in a bit of a condition now. If you hurt Boss, Lord Xiao He will pull your pants." A shadowy figure suddenly appeared and shouted at Gid. However, there was a smile on its face. Jida recalled that Yi Qinghan didn't fly up but waited here. He then saw Yi Qinghan stumbling out of the mayor's mansion. His expression changed as he said in horror, "Ah? How did this happen? I didn't use any strength in that punch. Little Han, he. Sigh. It's hard to say anything. Big brother Jida, bring me back to the Soul Emperor Pavilion first." Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly as he walked out. There were too many people around, so he didn't explain too much. Jida quickly took Yi Qinghan and flew up into the sky. Xiao He immediately followed. Yi Qinghan didn't want to waste the power of cold, so he didn't fly up to meet Jida. Jida punched him and didn't defend himself. However, once he was out of the endless void, Yi Qinghan's divine sense immediately locked onto the Soul Emperor Pavilion outside. His body suddenly trembled and he couldn't care less. He circulated the power of cold and with a xiao sound he disappeared from Jida's side. In the next second he appeared next to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Jida blinked and discovered that Yi Qinghan had actually disappeared. In the next second he appeared next to the Soul Emperor Pavilion hundreds of thousands of miles away. He was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a moment before he turned to Xiao He and said with dissatisfaction, "F***CK. Young Master Xiao He, did you and Little Han work together to play a trick on me? This speed, how is there a problem with his body? His strength has definitely increased by several times. He has reached the 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist? Well, Shin Tu Xiong, let's see how you survive this time." Chapter 1252. It was late autumn in the Fire Dragon continent. The autumn wind was cool and comfortable, but the falling leaves also gave people a sense of desolation. The dark forest was even more desolate. Pieces of yellow leaves fluttered in the wind, covering the entire dark forest. Countless magical beasts were nesting in their own territories, enjoying the afternoon sun and indulging in the atmosphere of late autumn. Bang bang. Suddenly the sound of trees being hit came from afar. Then countless magical beasts began to run around in fear. Even the overlord of the forest, the holy beast green-toothed tiger, ran away in fear. For a moment the dark forest was in a state of chaos. "Ha! You low-level beasts! How dare you run away instead of kneeling down when you see me? Are you rebelling?" A delicate shout was followed by an earth-shattering roar. A huge divine aura immediately enveloped the surroundings. All the escaping magical beasts withered immediately and crawled on the ground, shivering. Even the holy beast green-toothed tiger was no exception. Swoosh. A beautiful white unicorn horse flew over from the other side of the forest. The white horse was snow white without a single strand of mixed hair. Its 4 hooves were as black as charcoal, making this divine steed even more extraordinary. However, none of the magical beasts looked at the white horse. Instead, they looked at the pink-clothed lady on the white horse in fear and trepidation. The lady looked to be around 20 years old. She had a delicate figure and a delicate face. Her big, sparkling eyes were full of spirit. If she went to the god realm, she would definitely be a femme fatale. You big cat. How dare you run away when you see me? I'll punish you by making you fall on a tree for 3 days and 3 nights. If you dare to be lazy, I'll pull out your tiger teeth next time I see you. The beautiful lady waved her fist. The holy beast green-toothed tiger immediately went limp. It quickly climbed up a giant tree, hooked its tail on the trunk and hung upside down with a crying face. That's more like it. I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. I'm going to see my grandaunt. The lady clapped her hands in satisfaction. Then she caressed the unicorn horse's head and shouted, "Little White, go to my grandaunt. I haven't seen her for a few months. I miss her." The white horse stomped on the ground and dashed towards the dark castle like a sharp sword. In just a few blinks of an eye, it appeared beside the dark castle. The beautiful girl's slender feet lightly tapped on the horse's back, and her whole body flew up to the rooftop like a nimble swallow. She immediately rushed under the grape trellis and embraced a woman dressed in red. She kissed her face and said with a sweet smile, "Great Aunt Yao missed you so much." Of course, the woman in red was Lord Devour. Looking at the eccentric woman in front of him, he showed a loving face. However, he sighed and said, "Yao, you've transformed for a long time. You're a big girl now, but you're still as naughty as a kid." Yao Yao will always be a child by my side. When Yao Yao goes out, she will be an adult. Many people are afraid of Yao Yao. The girl was none other than Xiao Hei's daughter, Demon Devourer. A few thousand years ago, she had already broken through to the God Tharch transformation stage. It was just that her personality was the same as her father's, weird and mischievous. She would never grow up to be normal. My Yao Yao is awesome. Of course, people will be afraid of you. Lord Devour looked at the little girl in front of him, his heavy heart easing a little bit. This child was just like her father. She was always so innocent and cute. In the Fire Dragon continent, Demon Devourer had such a noble status. Who dared not to please her? "Great Aunt, didn't you say that my uncle, my mother and my father would be back soon? Why haven't they come back after so many years?" Demon Devourer nodded to Lord Geo, who was walking up the stairs. She grabbed a spirit fruit on the table and started to gnaw on it. She cocked her head and asked curiously, "They will be back soon. I guess they will be back soon." Lord Devour felt pain in his eyes, but he hid it well. Demon Devourer didn't notice it. Of course, Lord Devour and the others wouldn't tell Demon Devourer that Yi Qinghan had fallen into the space vortex. Since this child was innocent and happy, he would let her be happy for a while. However, how long could this happy time last? Lord Devour looked at the horizon, feeling a little disappointed. There was still 1 year left in Xianxia's 3-year agreement. The 3 envoys were still living in the Dark Castle. If they didn't return after 3 years, they would either die, or they wouldn't bring back the people Xianxia had appointed. Xianxia was so crazy that he would definitely force someone to bring Mo Shanghuang and the Hidden Sovereign into the Fire Dragon continent. If either Mo Shanghuang or the Hidden Sovereign came in, the space of the Fire Dragon plane would collapse immediately. The powerful space would distort, and all the creatures in the Fire Dragon continent would be turned into ashes. In the past 2 years they had thought of many ways, but they couldn't solve this crisis. If they brought their families away, Xianxia would probably kill them in the endless void. Even if they left, so what? This world was so big. Where could they live in peace? Reincarnation's secret land? Beast's secret technique? Fire God's secret land? Lord Devour and the Soul Emperor had taken 2 Soul Emperor divine crystals from Xianxia. Yi Qinghan had killed 2 of Xianxia's sons. They had become sworn enemies. Xianxia would never let them go. Even if they hid at the ends of the earth, Xianxia would find them, kill them and bring their heads back to the immortal world. He would stabilize the immortal world. Xianxia was at the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist. Who in the immortal world could be his match? Was it fate? Lord Devour's eyes became confused. She didn't even hear the demon devouring demons call. She looked at the sky in a daze, thinking of the soul-devouring beast and Yi Qinghan from countless years ago. She sighed. If only the Soul Emperor and Yi Qinghan were here. Then she wouldn't have to worry about this. Little Han said, "You haven't come out yet, right? You are not Xianxia's opponent. Cultivate hard and take revenge for us. Let's think of a way to send these kids away first." Lord Devour turned around to look at the demon-devouring demon. He revealed a loving smile, but his eyes were resolute. As she was about to send a message to Li Quan and the others to discuss, a faint air-breaking sound came from the sky. Then Lord Devour's eyes brightened. Swish. Many figures flew out from Song City, looking at the sky excitedly. 3 figures also flew out from the dark castle. Mo Xiao, Emperor Yu and Emperor Yi stood on the castle, looking at the sky excitedly. Lord Devour didn't move. He waved his hand and opened the god domain, covering the entire dark castle. The 3 5th-grade war god messengers of the immortal world lived in the castle. The Soul Emperor Pavilion came back? They had gone out for several thousand years to fetch Yi Qinghan. Now they came back. The meaning was clear. Either Yi Qinghan came back or Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip was broken. Grandaunt, what's wrong? The demon-devouring demon continued to nibble on her spirit fruit. Seeing Lord Devour stand up, Lord Jiu seemed to have guessed something. She looked at the sky. Lord Devour's face had an inexplicable expression, which made her look charming. She turned to look at the demon-devouring demon and smiled. Yao, your father, mother and uncle are back. Chapter 1253. Parents, mother, uncle. The demon-devourer quickly tossed the spirit fruit in her hand into the air like a rocket. When she saw that the Soul Emperor Pavilion had already landed in Song City, she immediately whistled. Her Pegasus immediately flew out and carried her like a flickering light toward Song City. Emperor Yu, Emperor Yi and Mo Xiao looked at Lord Devourer. Lord Devourer smiled bitterly, nodding to them. The 3 of them disappeared in the sky, heading to Song City. Little Han, you're back. What should we do? It would be good if he came back 1 year later. With little Han's temper, if he knew about Xianxia's 3-year agreement, he wouldn't leave alone. Seems like we have to risk our lives with Xianxia. He's too cruel, using the lives of billions of people in the fiery dragon continent to threaten us. Sigh, are we destined to be wiped out? Lord Devourer sighed deeply. He wanted to arrange the juniors to leave, and then let everyone risk their lives to fight Xianxia. He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would come back at this critical moment. He came back to die. The atmosphere in Song City was so heated. Only a few people knew the news brought by the 3 messengers from the divine world. When Yi Tianlong and the others saw Yi Qinghan get out of the confinement, they were so happy that they came to welcome him. Yi Qinghan's women Li Shu, Yi Sihan, Yi Zishi, and the demon devourer shed tears when they saw the juniors. This was especially so for Li Shui and Little Black. When they saw a beautiful young girl calling them father and mother, their faces were filled with love and guilt. The demon devourer and the demon devourer were transforming at this critical moment, but none of them were here. Lord Devourer and Lord Jiu were late. Lord Devourer didn't have any emotion on his face, but a complicated light sparkled in his eyes. She was both happy and begrudging that Yi Qinghan was back. Lord. Yi Qinghan recognized that Lord Devourer's countenance wasn't right. She also found that Emperor Yu, Li Quan and the others were smiling reluctantly. At this moment she called his name, but Lord Devourer just nodded slightly. She became more suspicious and hurried to send him a message. What happened? Let's talk in the castle. Lord Devourer knew that he couldn't hide it from Yi Qinghan, so he could only sigh begrudgingly and teleport away. Yi Qinghan nodded at Emperor Yu, Venerable Li Quan and Lei Zhen. After giving some instructions to Yu Qingqing and the others, he transmitted his voice to Venerable Li Quan, "Teleport me to the Dark Castle." Although Venerable Li Quan was curious, he didn't ask much. He brought Yi Qinghan and teleported to the rooftop of the Dark Castle. Jida and Yanran are outside? Did you find anything when you came back? As soon as they returned to the Dark Castle, Lord Devourer immediately threw out a question that made Yi Qinghan even more surprised. Yi Qinghan looked at everyone and said doubtfully, "Jida and Yanran are waiting outside the plane. Later I will let Yao Ji control the Soul Emperor Pavilion and go out first. It is normal to be outside the plane. I didn't find anything unusual. What's wrong, my lord?" Li Quan, you tell him. Lord Devour waved his hand and picked up a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he found that it tasted a little bitter. Venerable Li Quan knitted his brows. He told them about how Xianxia wanted to use billions of lives in the Flame Dragon Plane to threaten Lord Devour and the others to go out and die. Then, everybody gazed at Yi Qinghan with bright eyes. They thought that he would be so impulsive that he would immediately go to the divine world. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan pondered for a while. After a while, he lifted his head and asked, "Are the 3 emissaries from the divine world still here?" "Yes, they are in the castle. However, their competence isn't high, just a 5th-grade war god. My lord has set up a barrier. They can't hear what we are saying outside." Xiao answered. "Good. Let them go back to the divine world. My lord, send a message to Xianxia. Tell him that after 100,000 years, you will bring everyone to the divine world and surrender to him. He can kill them or torture them." "What do you mean?" Venerable Li Quan, the Thunder Emperor, and Xiao were baffled. They didn't know what Yi Qinghan wanted to do. Lord Devour arched his brows and asked, "After 100,000 years, are you sure you can deal with Xianxia?" "Oh right, little Han, what's your realm now? Has your principal reached the venerable realm?" Yi Qinghan's face became odd. He wasn't sure what realm his current realm was. He forced a smile. "Don't count on my principal to break through. I've refined the primal chaos divine crystal, so my principal realm is still." Before he could finish, Lord Devour's face changed. He stood up and scolded Yi Qinghan with a stern face. "What? Silly, you're too silly. Didn't I tell you? You can't refine it without reaching the 9th grade? Say, you've wasted a supreme treasure of heaven and earth." "All right, my lord, don't be rash. Listen to me first. In fact, I didn't waste 1 primal chaos divine crystal, but 2. Yi Qinghan said reluctantly. He understood Lord Devour's feelings. She had put all her hope on him. Because he had comprehended the eternal space, he had obtained a part of space power. Lord Devour thought that after his principal reached the 9th grade, he would get another part of space power and refine the primal chaos divine crystal to reach the 9th grade supremacy stage. With the fire god armor, he would have the capital to fight against Xianxia. Now that he had refined it, it meant that his hope of so many years was shattered. Of course he was thrilled. Lord Devour was stunned by Yi Qinghan no longer talking. Li Quan and the others were so confused that they didn't say a word. "My body is crippled now. I don't have any god power and I can't gather any god power. If Senior Li Quan hadn't taken me to teleport, I would have run here." Yi Qinghan once again threw out a heavy bomb, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Only then did he leisurely smile, circulate a trace of the power of cold and fiercely attack the space. Boom. The space of the entire fire dragon plane was shaken. The demonic beasts in the dark forest fled as if they were facing the end of the world. The entire fire dragon continent was shaken. Where Yi Qinghan had struck, a white crack that was hundreds of meters long appeared, revealing the dark void inside. Li Quan and Lei Zhen were so shocked that they fell from their chairs onto the ground. Yi Qinghan scanned the crowd, satisfied with their faces. He grinned and said, "Although I've wasted 2 primal chaos divine crystals, and the divine world can't gather god power, I've got a new kind of energy, the cold power." Cold power. What a domineering cold power. Lord Devour's eyes were as bright as the sun. He gazed at Yi Qinghan as if he wanted to melt him. Her eyes were sharp. At first glance she could see how powerful this energy was. In the past she could casually tear this space apart. However, Yi Qinghan was able to create a crack that was hundreds of meters long with a casual strike. This was something she could never do. At that time she was at the upper 9th level, which meant Yi Qinghan's power was at least at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. She smiled like a blossoming peony, saying happily, "I, Devoured Wu, didn't misjudge you. Little Han, you didn't disappoint me. I'm so happy." Yi Qinghan forced a smile. "Madam, I don't have much energy. I can only attack 10 times. Moreover, I don't have extra energy to experiment. So we have to stall for time. The longer the better. Because my energy can increase slowly." Lord Devour's eyes brightened. He smiled, his eyes squinting like 2 crescent moons, looking like a cunning old fox. He sighed and said, "Stall for time? Teasy. Xianxia wants to play tricks with me? His cultivation is too low." Chapter 1254. Father, Doyen Li Di requests an audience. He seems to be saying that some envoy has returned. Within the Eternal Palace, Shinta Xiong was leisurely drinking tea in the backyard when Shinta Wuya suddenly teleported in. Shinta Xiong frowned, then his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Let them in." Shinta Wuya immediately transmitted the message. At the same time he controlled the door of the Eternal Palace to open. Not long after, a warrior who looked similar to Li Tian walked in with 3 5th-grade war gods. When he saw Shinta Xiong, he hurriedly knelt down in fear and shouted, "Greetings, Chief Pavilion Master. Why are all 3 of you back? Plow the ground, you idiot. Didn't I tell you to leave someone in the Flame Dragon continent to keep watch?" Shinta Xiong flew into a rage and started cursing. He inadvertently released a trace of his aura, which scared the 3 5th-grade war gods half to death. They prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. Li Di saw that Shinta Xiong was enraged and hurriedly said, "Chief Pavilion Master, calm your anger. Please listen to our explanation." Only then did Shinta Xiong retract his aura. However, his face was still filled with anger, and he looked like he would tear them apart if they didn't give a good explanation. A 5th-grade war god hurriedly explained, "Chief Pavilion Master, it's like this. Half a month ago, Shi Diawu summoned the 3 of us and told us to bring back a message. She also told us to scram back or else she would kill us. We had no choice but to come back and report." "Pass a message? What words?" Shinta Xiong said in a deep voice. Seeing Shinta Xiong's expression change, the 3 heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Shi Diawu said that they don't have the strength to oppose you. Chief Pavilion Master, please let them live. They are willing to submit to you and offer all their treasures to you. Chief Pavilion Master, please let them live in the Fire Dragon continent." "What? You're not lying to me, right?" Shinta Xiong was greatly surprised, and his first feeling was that these 3 people were lying to him. He had a rough understanding of Devourer Diawu's personality, and she definitely wouldn't say such a thing. How could he give in so easily? His burning gaze locked onto the 3 of them, and his killing intent surged out, almost solidifying. "This subordinate wouldn't dare. How could we dare to deceive you for such an important matter?" The 3 warriors were frightened. They hurriedly kowtowed to the ground, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The leader of the 5-grade war gods added, "Shi Diawu also said that if the Chief Pavilion Master doesn't deal with them within 1,000,000 years, they will offer a primal chaos divine crystal, the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the Illusory Palace, the Battle Emperor's restriction techniques, and all the supreme divine artifacts." Shinta Xiong was bewildered. The Primal Chaos Divine Crystal, the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the Illusory Palace, and the Battle Emperor's restriction techniques. These 3 5th-grade war gods should have never heard of these things before. Could it be that Shi Diawu had really given in? Primal Chaos Divine Crystal? If it was given to the Blood Knight Monarch, he would be able to create a peak 9th-grade powerhouse. There were too few 9th-grade powerhouses in the Immortal realm. Shinta Xiong was extremely worried about the next planar war. There was no need to mention the Soul Emperor Pavilion. It was a good item. With this item one would be able to roam the endless void. He had heard of the Illusory Palace before. This was a treasure that could mass-produce god emperors. As for the Battle Emperor's restriction techniques, he desired it the most. The restrictions in the Nepha's Abyss were ridiculously strong. If it weren't for the Battle Emperor's restrictions, the Immortal realm would have fallen long ago. Even if he didn't comprehend it himself, he could let others comprehend it. If a restriction genius appeared, the Immortal realm would be safe. Shinta Xiong had become the Lord of the Immortal realm. Moreover, he had confirmed that Yi Qinghan was dead and Lord Devourer was crippled. He believed that no one could threaten his position in life. At this moment his mentality had changed. He had already considered the Immortal realm as his territory. Of course, he would think about how to protect his territory and benefits. The treasures that Lord Devourer had given him greatly tempted Shinta Xiong. The Primal Chaos Divine Crystal could increase the number of experts. The Soul Emperor Pavilion could protect his life. The Illusory Palace and the restriction techniques could nurture countless experts. Originally, Shinta Xiong only wanted to kill Lord Devourer and the others to vent his anger and take revenge for his 2 sons. But now, Lord Devourer's words made him think about the future. His desire to kill Lord Devourer and the others had lessened. Most importantly, he had sent someone to tell Lord Devourer that he was going to destroy the Flame Dragon Plane to trick Lord Devourer. He had forcefully thrown Emo Shanghuang and the Hidden Sovereign into the Flame Dragon Plane. This was destroying the normal operation of the principle of heaven and earth. Xianxia didn't know if the divine emperor's supremacy would find out, so he didn't dare to make up his mind. Now that Lord Devour was frightened, his determination was shaken. After all, if the flame dragon plane collapsed, everything would be twisted and broken by the space. Besides venting his anger, he couldn't get anything. It was best to have a peaceful solution now. Thus, Xianxia's mind became active. He started to think about how to get those treasures. As for Lord Devour and the others, he could think of a way to deal with them later, right? If Yi Qinghan was dead, who else on Lord Devour's side could threaten his rule in the immortal realm? Xianxia pondered for a while. His aura roared again. He stared at the three and shouted, "Are you sure this is the original message? Don't force me to search your soul." The three were so scared that they fell to the ground. They kept saying, "Yes, yes. 1,000,000 years? Humph." Xianxia paced back and forth in the hall. After a while he suddenly shouted, "Return to the flame dragon plane immediately. Pass on my words. 1,000,000 years is too long. In 10,000 years at most you must hand over everything. Also, you must hand over the primal chaos divine crystal and the soul emperor pavilion now. Otherwise I will immediately collapse the flame dragon plane. All of them must die." The three fifth-grade war gods and Li Di felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They quickly retreated and flew back to the Misty Continent. 1 month later, Li Di brought the three envoys back again. They brought back 2 books of War Emperor's restriction techniques, several supreme divine artifacts, and Lord Devour's message. "First, offer these treasures to show your sincerity. In the future you will offer 1 treasure every 10,000 years. If you don't agree, you will perish together with us." 10,000 years it is. Xianxia carefully examined the War Emperor's restriction techniques. After confirming that they were original goods, he was overjoyed. With these things he would be able to nurture a few restriction experts. If he lost the next planar war, he would be able to use them. If the other planes were to invade the divine world, with the restriction experts controlling the evil abyss's restrictions, the divine world would be saved. You 3 go to the flame dragon plane and stay there. Remember to keep a close watch on the flame dragon plane. If Devour Diawu is up to something, send a message back immediately. Also, tell Devour Diawu that after 10,000 years, if she doesn't offer me the treasures I want, she can wait for death." Xianxia instructed and let the 3 leave. Then he instructed Li Di, "Go find the wood spirit race. Wuxia found them last time. Secretly arrange for them to enter the flame dragon plane. Keep a close watch on everyone. Once they are found to be plotting something, send a message immediately. Also send my war god order. Gather all the restriction geniuses in the divine world. I want to pick a few restriction geniuses to learn War Emperor's restriction techniques." Li Di immediately bowed and left. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he sat on his throne. He sneered and said, "Devour Diawu, what tricks do you want to play? Humph. No matter how many schemes you have, they are nothing in front of absolute power. I will crush them with 1 strike. Wait until I get all the treasures, then I will play with you." Chapter 1255. The Flame Dragon Continent was peaceful. Yi Qinghan's return was like a shot of adrenaline. Everybody calmed down. However, Yi Qinghan didn't stay long in the Flame Dragon Continent. When the 3 emissaries from the divine world came, they brought Xianxia's 10,000-year agreement. After Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour discussed for a while, they left with all the young disciples. Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu didn't leave. Instead, they often flew around the Flame Dragon Continent, using them as bait to confuse the enemies. Yi Qinghan put all the women, children, and the elites of the Flame Dragon Continent into the War Emperor Palace. Then he quietly entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion and left. Yi Qinghan had left just in time. Half a month after he had left, dozens of wood spirits had sneaked into the Flame Dragon Continent. They had concealed themselves and started to investigate the Flame Dragon Continent. Originally, there were 10 wood spirit clan members hiding in the Flame Dragon Continent. Unfortunately, they were responsible for Wuxia. Now that Wuxia was dead, they didn't know who else to find. Moreover, Lord Devour had started to suppress the news of Yi Qinghan's return. People who knew about it were ordered not to leak it out. Xianxia didn't know that Yi Qinghan had come out of the space vortex. Yi Qinghan brought a group of people to the beast god secret land. Zhou was about to break through to rank 9. With their talents, staying in the Flame Dragon continent would affect their cultivation. Originally, Yi Qinghan had considered going to the Fire God's secret land since there weren't many experts there. Considering that he had an affair with Zhu Yi, the women there would be jealous. Plus, Zhu Yi was cunning, which would be troublesome. Although the situation in the Beast God's secret land was complicated with the old Beast God there, it would be safer. The Soul Emperor Pavilion picked up Jida and Lady Windmoon, who were outside the plane. After several months of flying, they arrived outside the Beast God Mystic Realm. Then they began to spin crazily and broke through the Beast God Mystic Realm's source energy. When they entered the Beast God Mystic Realm, the Beast God and the other 9th grade experts were shocked. The Beast God Palace shone with golden light, and a terrifying aura came from within. It was about to crash into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yimo, Yifan, Yifeihu and the others all teleported over. They condensed the power of space and were about to attack. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to let Kid teleport him out. He then shouted in the sky, "Beast God, it's me, Yi Qinghan." Swish, swish, swish. Yifeihu, Yifan, and the others immediately withdrew their hands and backed away when they saw Yi Qinghan. They stared at Yi Qinghan as if he were a terrifying monster. They had been defeated by Yi Qinghan a few times, so they had a sense of fear in their hearts. Yi Qinghan, you're back. Who is this beside you? The Beast God's small body appeared outside the Beast God Palace, but his eyes were locked on Kid. At this moment Yi Qinghan was being carried by Kid, so he couldn't help but be suspicious. Kid smiled faintly. He felt sincere respect for the Beast God clan's patriarch. The Beast God clan was one of the 10 ancient clans, an existence that could shake the entire Pangaea. He bowed and said, "Junior Kid greets Senior Beast God." "Beast God, there is no need to be suspicious. This time I brought my entire family to seek refuge with you. Let me show you something." Yi Qinghan saw the light in the Beast God's eyes and knew that he was suspicious of his inability to fly. With a thought, the Fire God battle armor appeared on his body. Instantly, an incomparably domineering aura enveloped the entire Beast God mystic realm. "Fire God battle armor, Yi Qinghan, you have it." The Beast God's eyes lit up. Then he saw a group of people flying out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There were men and women as well as countless members of the Beast God clan. The Night Emperor and the others were also present. He finally let go of his suspicions and said with a smile, "Let's talk on Beast God Island. Feihu, go and make arrangements to welcome our guests from afar." This time Yi Qinghan brought many people with him. Almost all the elite disciples of the reincarnation plane were here. These were all former seed members with outstanding talents. Staying in the Flame Dragon continent would affect their cultivation. That day Beast God Island held a banquet. Yi Qinghan was very powerful. Now that he brought 2 autarchs, Yi Feihu and the others didn't dare to cause trouble. If they did, they would only be asking for trouble. Although Yi Qinghan looked very strange, no one dared to test him. In half a day, countless pavilions were built on Beast God Island to accommodate the 10,000 people brought by Yi Qinghan. Of course, the group of experts entered the Beast God Palace. The Beast God let Yi Feihu and the others take care of Jida Yenran, Zhou, Windmoon Sovereign and Mo Xiaoxiao. He entered the side hall with Yi Qinghan alone. "Old ancestor, I'm afraid we will have to stay here for a long time." Yi Qinghan didn't stand on ceremony and told the Beast God his purpose of coming. Lord Devour used a scheme to delay Xianxia. Yi Qinghan was waiting for the cold power to grow to a certain level. He would slowly grasp the usage of the cold power. When his strength reached a certain level, he would kill his way back to the divine world. "It doesn't matter how long you stay. This is also your home." The Beast God looked at Yi Qinghan with a benevolent expression. Then his expression turned serious as he asked, "What is the specific situation? Tell me in detail." The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Yi Qinghan secretly admired the Beast God. He had a lot of trust in the Beast God. He hurriedly told him everything that had happened. Of course, he didn't tell him about the soul mutation. Other than Xiaohei, no one else knew about this. He only said that there was an accident in the space vortex and his body had a mutation. Currently, his body couldn't store God power, but there was a strange power. The Beast God lowered his brows and pondered. After a long time he mocked, "You were tricked by Xianxia. I don't think he has the guts to destroy the material plane. Otherwise, the Divine Emperor supremacy would tear him apart." Don't worry and stay here. I will go and destroy the teleportation formation to prevent Xianxia from entering the beast god mysterious domain from the divine world. Tricked by Xianxia? Yi Qinghan was stunned. Then he asked in surprise, destroy? Then the people of the beast god mysterious domain can't leave the divine world? Don't we have your pagoda? Besides, the people of the beast god mysterious domain can't leave. The beast god smiled. Then his body flashed. With 2 teleportations he went to the Black Warrior City in the south. Then he used the power of space. Under the shocked gazes of the millions of martial artists in the city, he directly smashed the teleportation formation. Xianxia didn't have the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Flying Phoenix was also destroyed. The Wind Moon Sovereigns had completely submitted to Yi Qinghan. Without the teleportation formation, even if he knew the location of the beast god mysterious domain, he wouldn't take the risk to come here from the endless void. Moreover, Xianxia wasn't sure if there was a 9th-grade supreme martial artist in the beast god mysterious domain. He wouldn't take the risk. Could be said that the beast god mysterious domain was incomparably safe. After the beast god returned, he explained a few words to Yi Qinghan. Then he brought him to the peak of the North Sea and let Yi Qinghan use the power of cold to attack. When Yi Qinghan's fist tore a several hundred-meter-long crack in the space of the beast god mysterious domain, the beast god was shocked. He looked at Yi Qinghan's fist with lingering fear. He laughed and said, Yi Qinghan, the power of your fist has definitely reached the strength of a 9th-grade supreme being. Cultivate in the beast god mysterious domain in peace. When you have enough strength, I will accompany you out of the beast god mysterious domain and back to the divine world. Chapter 1256. Chief Pavilion Master, the Wood Spirit Race reported that there seems to be a rumor in the Flame Dragon Plain. Yi Qinghan seems to have returned, and Yi Qinghan's wife and children are missing. In the Eternal Palace, Elder Li Di reported anxiously. Xianxia had said that Yi Qinghan had died in his hands. Saying this was like doubting Xianxia's words, slapping his face. But such important news couldn't be left unreported. There's such a thing? Xianxia was shocked, his killing intent soaring. But thinking of the terrifying soul attack in the spatial whirlpool, Xianxia shook his head and said with certainty, impossible, Yi Qinghan couldn't have come out alive. It must be a rumor spread by Shi Wu to stabilize the people of the Flame Dragon continent and destroy the unity of the divine world. Yi Qinghan definitely couldn't have come back. Otherwise, with his character, he would have already reached the divine world and started assassinating. Li Di quickly cupped his hands and smiled flatteringly. Chief Pavilion Master is wise, this subordinate is slow-witted. I almost fell for Shi Wu's trick. Pay close attention, let the Wood Spirit Race continue to investigate. Xianxia snorted and turned to ask, how is the progress on breaking the restrictions of the 3 secret realms? Li Di said respectfully, currently the 10 restriction geniuses selected by the Lord have just comprehended Battle Emperor's restrictions. This needs time, Chief Pavilion Master. Xianxia waved his hand and told Li Di to hurry up. He didn't know how many experts there were in the 3 secret realms, and he knew the reason why they were hiding. But Xianxia was the boss of the divine world, and he had 3 illegal forces under him that weren't under his control. If he didn't understand the situation, he wouldn't be at ease. Because Xianxia wanted to obtain the treasures of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, and Yi Qinghan was waiting for the increase in the power of cold, the immortal world was peaceful during this period of time. There were no wars and there were no disputes. Everyone played with their own birds and people. Time passed quickly and 5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xianxia was busy unearthing talents, cultivating restriction experts, and breaking the restrictions of the 3 mystic realms. Lord Devour was busy reading, while Gid was busy looking for beauties in the beast god's secret land. Of course, Yi Qinghan was busy experimenting with different ways to use the cold power. On a small island in the North Sea of the beast divine arcane realm, Yi Qinghan, Yanran and Kid stood on the island. The wind was strong that day and the waves crashed into the reefs on the side of the island, splashing water everywhere. Yi Qinghan stood on the cliff by the sea. He closed his eyes and held the slaughter god blade in his hand. Beside him, Jida and Yanran looked at Yi Qinghan with sparkling eyes as they waited for his performance. In the past 5,000 years, Yi Qinghan had simulated many different ways of using the power of cold, but he had never tested it. Today the power of cold had finally grown to a radius of 1 mile. It was enough for Yi Qinghan to squander for a period of time. That was why Yi Qinghan suddenly asked Jide and Yanran to bring him here to test out the way to use the power of cold. The wind was getting stronger and the trio's clothes were fluttering in the wind. Their black hair fluttered in the wind, and the waves below them were getting more and more turbulent. Splashes of water began to fall from the 1,000-meter-tall cliff. In the distance, white lines whizzed over like ferocious monsters, as if they wanted to swallow the entire island in one bite. Ha! There was a loud shout and Jida and Yanran's eyes lit up. Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes and his body shot up into the sky. After that, he dived down at a rapid speed, rushing towards the towering waves in front of him. The slaughter god blade in his hand turned into a series of afterimages as it slashed down at the 1,000-meter-tall waves. Chi! A sharp green saber aura shot out from the slaughter god blade. The moment the saber aura appeared, something amazing happened. The hundreds of waves in front of them actually stopped moving. After that, with a loud boom, they started to flow in reverse. Following that, the green saber aura gently slashed down and everywhere it passed, the space was torn apart. A huge white crack extended straight ahead. On both sides of the crack, 2 monstrous waves that were thousands of meters high surged towards both sides, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Boom! The white crack extended for tens of thousands of meters in an instant before finally crashing into a medium-sized island. A deafening explosion rang out, and then this huge island was actually split in half from the center. A bottomless crack appeared in the middle, and the surrounding seawater frantically surged into the crack. The scene was extremely grand and magnificent. Jida and Yanran both sucked in a breath of cold air. After that, they looked at each other in dismay. Then they looked at the roaring waves in the distance and finally at Yi Qinghan. The two of them swallowed their saliva subconsciously as their throats kept moving. One slash caused the seawater to flow in reverse, creating a 10,000-meter-long crack in the space, splitting an island with a radius of 10,000 miles in half. What kind of power was this? Jida and Yanran had never seen Yi Qinghan use it before, so they were scared out of their wits. The two of them absolutely believed that if they were under the saber just now, even if they used all their strength to protect themselves, they would definitely be hacked to death without any chance of survival. Even if they weren't split in half, they would still be shaken to death. Yanran and Jida looked at each other again and their eyes lit up. Just based on the strength of this attack, even if it wasn't comparable to Xianxia, it wasn't far off. With the fire god battle armor, Yi Qinghan had the strength to fight Xianxia head-on. Swish! Yi Qinghan's body flashed and returned to the cliff. He kept his saber and closed his eyes in deep thought. That slash just now had used up half of his body's cold power. The consumption of his cold power was too fast. He didn't dare to casually use it anymore. This attack method is still too direct. Although the speed is very fast and the power of cold is indeed stronger after being released by the slaughter god saber, it isn't flexible enough. Yi Qinghan had been searching for 5,000 years, but he still couldn't figure out where this cold power came from. He had also discussed it with the beast god many times and looked through all the documents in the beast god ancestral shrine. However, he still couldn't figure out what elemental energy this was. All the energy in heaven and earth had elemental energy. For example, the power of space was spatial elemental energy. Power of God was transformed from heaven and earth essence energy. There were fire elemental energy, water elemental energy, light elemental energy, darkness elemental energy, etc. However, he didn't know what elemental energy this cold power was. Because the cold power didn't contain any elemental energy, it felt like the purest energy in heaven and earth. However, it was different from heaven and earth essence energy. Not only was it different, but Yi Qinghan even felt that this cold power and heaven and earth essence energy were enemies. They both wanted to destroy and assimilate the other. Once the cold power appeared in his body, it immediately started to decrease. It was obvious that the heaven and earth essence energy was too strong and was being assimilated. 5,000 years. The new soul spirit spatial zone didn't have any big changes, and this made Yi Qinghan feel more at ease. The soul spirit sea fragments and the power of origin seemed to have solidified. They had completely turned into billions of stars and stood upright in the soul spirit spatial zone. The power of darkness, light, and lightning also didn't cause any trouble and obediently stayed in the soul spirit spatial zone. What made Yi Qinghan a little suspicious was that these three types of energy seemed to be afraid of the cold power. In the territory of the cold power, the wind formed by these three types of energy would never dare to go near it. Chapter 1257. How should I use the power of cold to kill the enemy? If it's so direct, the enemy can easily dodge it. Yi Qinghan missed Godslayer's spear. It was extremely powerful and nimble. Moreover, it could be used to launch a sneak attack when it suddenly spun. However, Yi Qinghan clearly remembered that Godslayer's spear had already spun into Xianxia, but it didn't kill Xianxia. After chatting with the beast god, he found out that Xianxia's primal chaos divine crystal contained primal chaos qi, which had a stronger defense than source power. No wonder it couldn't kill him. Since Godslayer's spear couldn't kill Xianxia, and it wasn't as powerful as the power of cold, it also consumed a lot of power of cold. Yi Qinghan didn't use it anymore. Now that he realized that using the power of cold was too simple, he thought of the benefits of Godslayer's spear. That's right. I can use the power of cold to form Godslayer's spear to attack. Thinking of Godslayer's spear, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Since Godslayer's spear could be condensed with the power of space, it could also be condensed with the power of cold. At that time he could also use source power and control Godslayer's spear with his divine sense. That power, that's right. If I can master it, it'll definitely be shockingly powerful. Yi Qinghan laughed wildly. Godslayer's spear was powerful and could heavily injure Xianxia last time. This time he condensed the power of cold that was several times stronger than the power of space. If he stabbed Xianxia, so what if he had source power and primal chaos qi to protect him? It was definitely going to be a death sentence. He turned to Jida and Yanran and said with a smile, "You guys go back first. I want to enter the War Imperial Palace to cultivate the power of cold. When I come out, it'll be the day I kill my way back to the immortal realm. Little Han, work hard." Jida clenched his fist tightly and shouted. She smiled sweetly at Yi Qinghan as if she was proud of Yi Qinghan, which made Yi Qinghan's heart itch. The two of them teleported away. Yi Qinghan's divine sense spread out again and locked onto Yao Ji, who was on the Beast God Island. He transmitted his voice to her. "Yao Ji, accompany me to the War Imperial Palace to cultivate. I need you to help me cultivate." At this moment, the demonic lady was sitting in her own courtyard, quietly reading a book and comprehending the art of restriction of the Battle Emperor. Although the War Emperor's original seal had been given to Xianxia, Yao Ji had made a copy of it immediately. Hearing Yi Qinghan's voice transmission, the enchantress naturally knew what he needed her help with. Yi Qinggu, who was standing next to her, had sharp eyes. She noticed Yao Ji's strange behavior and looked at her suspiciously. I'll go to the War Imperial Palace to help little Han cultivate." Yao Ji's face became even redder. She casually said something and teleported away. Yi Qinghan waited for the blushing Yao Ji to teleport over. He immediately smiled and brought her into the War Imperial Palace. At this moment, the seals of the 6 halls of the War Imperial Palace had all been opened. As for the remaining 3 halls, one was the hall where he met the Battle Emperor for the first time, the other was the hall that specialized in refining tools and researching restrictions, and the last was the luxurious palace that Yi Qinghan was currently in. Yi Qinghan looked at the bewitching Yao Ji and laughed. "Beauty, are you on top or am I on top?" "Hey." The enchantress looked at the indecent Yi Qinghan, and her face was so red that water could drip out. However, she swayed her plump buttocks and walked onto the jade bed. Her bewitching eyes stared straight at Yi Qinghan. She looked as if she wanted to reject him, but at the same time, it was an enchanting sight. After a while, cold wind blew in the War Imperial Palace. With a series of pa sounds, Yi Qinghan entered the 5th level of soul quietness and began the cultivation journey of the power of cold. What? In the Eternal Palace, Xianxia was in high spirits. He stared at Elder Li Di and asked uncertainly, "Have the restrictions of the 3 secret realms really been broken?" "Chief Pavilion Master, it's absolutely true." Li Di nodded his head rather proudly. This matter was done by him and his contributions couldn't go unnoticed. He explained, "Chief Pavilion Master, you don't know. Among the 10 restriction geniuses that we found previously, there's one called Lei Hua. He usually doesn't show himself and wholeheartedly studies restrictions. He has been studying for 5,000 years and has never made a move. 1 year ago he suddenly made a move and broke the restrictions of the water god mystic realm's middle plane. When I first received the news I wasn't sure. Who knew that when I went over to take a look it was really broken? After that I immediately arranged for him to go to the Poison Dragon Swamp in the East Sea of Stars. The restrictions of the Fire God Mystic Realm and the Beast God Mystic Realm's entrance were also easily broken by him. That's why I immediately came back to report. Good. Zhou Xian was overjoyed. He waved his hand and said, "Send the message down. Immediately let that Lei Hua, Thunderfire, right? Set up our restrictions and control the transit plane. Similarly, immediately mobilize the army to garrison there. Li Di, come with me first, I want to investigate personally." Immediately, Zhou Xian brought Li Di and teleported to the 3 Mystic Realms entrances personally to investigate. After confirming that all the restrictions of the middle plane had been broken, he was instantly overjoyed. Once the restrictions were broken, Lei Hua would set up the restrictions. If the 3 Mystic Realms wanted to leave the Divine Realm, it would have to depend on him. Li Di immediately arranged for a few envoys to enter the 3 Mystic Realms. At the same time bring a few with spiritual pearls in. One in the open, one in the dark. Let's investigate the situation of the 3 Mystic Realms first. Let them carry the special grade teleportation jade talisman. If there's any news, report it immediately. Zhou Xian returned to the Eternal Palace and immediately started to set up. Ever since the 3 ancient clans entered the Mystic Realms, he didn't see their clansmen walking openly outside. However, in the 3 Mystic Realms were the descendants of the 10 ancient clans. They were all powerful clans. At this moment they completely disregarded him, the Lord of the Divine Realm. Zhou Xian had always considered himself as the boss of the God Realm, so of course he wouldn't allow his subordinates to have 3 vassal lords who didn't listen to his commands and had very strong powers. Especially when the Beast God Secret Realm was Yi Qinghan's old home. In the end, 3 teams of envoys, 2 teams were easily teleported in. However, the Beast Divine Mystic Realm's teleportation door seemed to be broken. They actually couldn't enter. When the news reached the Eternal Palace, Zhou Xian was bewildered. The Beast Divine Mystic Realm was Yi Qinghan's old home. Coincidentally, they couldn't enter now? Could there be other mysteries? Zhou Xian was originally very suspicious. When he thought of the information from the Flame Dragon continent, it said that Yi Qinghan had returned before. In addition, Yi Qinghan's children and many of the young elites had disappeared. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had left the Flame Dragon continent 5,000 years ago and had never returned. Furthermore, thinking of Lord Devour's attitude, it seemed like they were also stalling for time. He became even more suspicious. Did Yi Qinghan really come out and was hiding in the Beast Divine Mystic Realm to cultivate now? He thought about how Yi Qinghan was able to heavily injure him last time. If he hid for hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years. With his heaven-defying talents, how could he do that? Men, call the Ice Queen over. The more Zhou Xian thought about it, the more shocked he got. After passing the message down, he took out the God World map and looked at it carefully. After confirming the location of the Beast Divine Mystic Realm, he paced around the main hall. 2 hours later, the Ice Queen teleported over. Zhou Xian instructed, head into the endless void and bring 100 wood spirit race people to the outside of this plane. After they enter, you can return right away. Zhou Xian pointed at the direction of the Beast Divine Mystic Realm. Ice Queen took a look. It wasn't too far from the God World. It was a medium-sized plane and it was easy to find. She didn't dare to object. Zhou Xian was already unhappy with her after Wuxia's death, so she could only nod her head. It had been close to 10,000 years since the last time she headed into the endless void. The source strength of the Ice Queen slowly increased a little. Although this journey would consume a little, it wouldn't harm her foundations. She didn't ask much, placing the 100 wood spirit race people that Zhou Xian selected into her space god artifact and headed into the endless void. Zhou Xian looked on as the Ice Queen left. After a long while he scoffed coldly and muttered, Yi Qinghan, I hope that you don't come out. If you are really hiding in the Beast God Secret Realm, I don't mind leveling it to the ground. Chapter 1258. Chief Pavilion Master. There's news. A month later, Li Di once again flew into the Eternal Palace, and said to Zhou Xian with a grave expression, Yi Qinghan had entered the fire god's secret domain nearly 10,000 years ago. He killed more than 10 ninth grade experts, and also seized the fire god patriarch's heart of the fire god. Now there are only 8 ninth grade experts in the fire god mysterious realm. Except for Queen Zhu Yi, who is at the peak of 9th grade, the other 7 are all lower 9th grade. Queen Zhu Yi was very polite to the messengers you sent and seemed to want to mend their relationship with you. I guess there will be new news soon. Xianxia was shocked by Li Di's solemn expression. After hearing it, he scolded, "That's good news, why do you look so angry?" *CKU, I thought something happened. Chief Pavilion Master. Li Di's expression was still solemn. He said with a bitter smile, "The messengers of the Water Mystery Realm were all killed. Even the Hidden Wood Spirit Clan members were all killed. The last message came back, there seemed to be a 9th grade supreme martial artist powerhouse. Moreover, there were 5 above 9th grade and more than 30 below 9th grade. What? The news is confirmed?" Xianxia was shocked. There were so many experts in the Water God mysterious realm. Didn't the Water God clan encounter a disaster back then? Many experts had escaped long ago. The news is confirmed, but the messengers and spies inside were all killed. We can't be sure about the situation inside. Chief Pavilion Master, what should we do now? Continue to send the Wood Spirit clan in to hide? Li Di sighed bitterly and said with a frown. Xianxia's face darkened. He frowned and paced back and forth in the main hall. After a long time he shook his head and sighed, "Don't send any more. Since the Wood Spirit clan was completely wiped out this time, no matter how many we send we will still die. We will also anger the experts inside. Send one person to send a letter in, say that I have no ill intentions, and only want to befriend the Water God Patriarch. Also, let Lei Hu set up more restrictions outside the Water God mysterious realm. If he can set up a restriction that can trap a 9th grade supreme martial artist, I will give him whatever he wants." Li Di immediately retreated, but Xianxia was still pacing back and forth in the main hall. There was actually a 9th grade supreme martial artist in the Water Mystery Realm, as well as so many upper and lower 9th grades. Although he was confident that he could defeat that 9th grade supreme martial artist, the other party had 5 upper 9th grade subordinates, while he only had the Ice Queen. From the looks of it, her loyalty was pitifully low. The Water Mystery Land made Xianxia feel a huge threat, but the situation in the Beast Mystery Land was still unclear, so Xianxia did not dare to make a move. Let's find out more about the situation in the Beast God Arcane Land first. Since the Water God Arcane Land has been secluded from the world for so many years, killing my people at this moment will be a huge blow to the Water God Arcane Land. I won't come out immediately. I'll think of a way later. Xianxia made up his mind and became even more anxious in his heart. In order to fend off external threats, he had to first stabilize the internal situation. If Yi Qinghan was still alive, he had to be eliminated immediately. Otherwise, if Yi Qinghan suddenly attacked him while he was fighting with the people from the Water God Arcane Realm, it would definitely be fatal. Oh right. Guards. Xianxia suddenly thought of a problem. He shouted and immediately sent a message. Send someone to send a message to Queen Zhu Yi in the Fire God Arcane Realm. Ask her to come out and help me. If not, I will enter the Fire God Arcane Realm and wipe out the entire Fire God race. There was only one upper 9th grade and a few lower 9th grade in the Fire God Arcane Realm. If Xianxia entered, he could easily suppress all of them. Zhu Yi would definitely not dare to resist. As expected. 3 months later, a group of special guests came to the God world. The owner of the Fire God Arcane Realm, Queen Zhu Yi, brought 7 lower 9th grade martial artists out of the Fire God Arcane Realm to express their allegiance to Xianxia. Xianxia was delighted. He gathered the experts and big families of the God world to welcome Zhu Yi and the others. He then gave the Misty Land to Zhu Yi, making her the new Misty Sovereign. The clansmen of the Fire God race that were left in the God world all surged towards the Misty Land. Xianxia's prestige rose once again. Outside the endless void, Ice Queen finally arrived outside the Beast God Arcane Realm after a year of flying. Ice Queen didn't understand this medium-sized realm at all and didn't want to understand it. She only followed Xianxia's orders to find a weak spot in the space. She threw 100 members of the Wood Spirit race into the Beast God Arcane Realm and then returned to the God world. The Wood Spirit race was a really weird race. They didn't have any god power. If they went into stealth, they wouldn't have any signs of life at all. When they floated down from the sky, they felt like leaves floating down. Because there was no god power fluctuation, the space wouldn't ripple. Of course, experts wouldn't sense them. These wood spirit race members were light and had a special ability to control the direction of their flying body. The moment they entered the beast god arcane realm, they floated towards the mountain range. They actually didn't attract the attention of a 9th grade expert. The moment they landed on the ground, the wood spirit race spread out and burrowed into the ground. They disappeared into the vast forest and surged towards the various cities. The news of Yi Qinghan returning to the beast god arcane realm wasn't hidden. The beast god arcane realm had spread out long ago, especially when Yi Qinghan's wives were all beautiful. Yi Qinghan's talents were amazing and he had become the new idol of the beast god race. There were many discussions among the people. The wood spirit race only spent a few days to find out everything about Yi Qinghan. Peng. Countless martial artists on the Supreme Island heard a loud noise coming from the Eternal Palace. Furthermore, the Eternal Palace actually shook a little. Their faces changed drastically as they looked at the Eternal Palace in the sky, not knowing what was going on. Yi Qinghan devouring butterfly dance, kill, kill, kill. A roar rang out above Supreme Island. The voice was filled with rage and killing intent. When the tens of millions of martial artists heard that it was Chief Pavilion Head Xianxia's voice, they all knelt down in fear. Their eyes lit up. Xianxia was so furious and even shouted Yi Qinghan and devouring butterfly dance's names. Could it be that Yi Qinghan didn't die? Did Xianxia get played by Yi Qinghan and devouring butterfly dance again? However, there was no sound from within the Eternal Hall and no orders were given. This news quickly spread throughout the god world. The hearts of the god world were shaken and they didn't know what was going on. Everyone was discussing and guessing the truth. A year later, when the Ice Queen returned from the endless void, the truth was finally revealed. Xianxia's furious order spread out from within the Eternal Hall. He gathered all the Grade 9 experts on Supreme Island. Before the Ice Queen even returned to Ice and Snow Island, she was summoned over. Zhou Yi was also summoned and brought a bunch of people to the Eternal Hall. All of you follow me to the Beast God Secret Technique. I want to rip apart Yi Qinghan and wipe out the entire Beast God Secret Realm. Xianxia waved his hands and led everyone towards the endless void. There were only 2 upper grade 9 experts in the Beast God Secret Realm. Along with Yi Qinghan there were only 3. Xianxia was confident that he could kill one of them if he was careful. With Yi Qinghan's personality, why would he run away alone with so many experts and billions of Beast God race members? Yi Qinghan, I will definitely kill you this time. Xianxia and the others had already disappeared into the sky. However, his vicious and venomous voice still rang out in the god world for a long time. Chapter 1259. Xianxia took Zhou Yi, the Ice Queen, and more than 10 level 9 warriors out of the god world to the endless void. Xianxia had planted spies everywhere, and Lord Devour had operated in the god world for a long time. How could he not have spies? Almost half of the divine world had heard Xianxia's furious roar. Moreover, he had led his people to attack the divine world. How could Lord Devour's spies not detect them? Zhou Yi had just been bestowed the ethereal sovereign, and all the level 9 warriors had left. Immediately, Lord Devour's spies had taken the risk to bribe the leader of the teleportation formation in the ethereal continent to send the news to Lord Devour. Venerable Li Quan screamed, "Lord, what should we do? Xianxia must have gone to the Beast God Secret Land. With so many experts there, they're in danger. How about we go to the Beast God continent and ask Little Han to move? The Flame Dragon continent is closer to the Beast God Secret Land. It'll be faster than Xianxia." Emperor Yu was anxious, shouting. Lord Jiu's jade-like hands clutched her clothes, looking at Lord Devour, not daring to say a word. It's no use. Lord Devour shook his head helplessly. Xianxia has calculated Yi Qinghan's character. If Little Han dares to run away from the Beast God Secret Land, he'll slaughter everyone in the Beast God Secret Land. Do you think Little Han will abandon billions of people in the Beast God Secret Land? Moreover, even if he runs away, Xianxia has the map of the god world. Where can we run to? Everyone panicked, even the incomparably steady Venerable Li Quan panicked. Madame Jiu's pretty face turned incomparably pale as she cried out in alarm. Then, "Madam, what should we do?" "Fight to the death." Lord Devour stood up, his face resolute. Looking at the void, he said arrogantly, "It's time to settle the score with Xianxia. Everybody's life and death, the grudges of so many years, will depend on this battle." Lord Zhou screamed again. "Ah, fight to the death? Can we win?" "Right. Fight to the death." Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu exchanged looks as they could guess Lord Devour's thoughts. Their faces became resolute. Once they had made up their minds, the two of them calmed down instead, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. "Go. To the beast god arcane realm." Lord Shi's knife-like eyes raked through the three of them, taking them into his spatial divine tool. After that he sent a message to Yi Tianlong, then flew up into the sky. After a while Xiaoqian entered the boundless void. Origin energy revolved around him as he turned into a meteor and flew toward the beast god realm. Lord Devour's sudden departure baffled Yi Tianlong and the others. Lord Devour's clone was dead and his power was damaged badly. At this moment she only had the strength of lower level 9. What was she going out for? Most importantly, she actually took Emperor Yu and Supremacy Li Quan with her? "We're going out for a trip and we might come back in a year or two. If we don't come back, we won't come back again. Don't worry. I'll make arrangements for the Flame Dragon continent." Lord Devour's message didn't make sense, but Yi Tianlong and the others had a bad premonition. In other words, they had a feeling that something big was about to happen, and it was something earth-shaking. The atmosphere in the beast god realm seemed a little strange recently. The beast god sat in the beast god palace every day, but he felt his eyelids twitching. He didn't understand why this was happening. However, it was better to be careful. He ordered all the beast god clansmen to be vigilant. If there was a spy, they were to be killed immediately. The beast god's order was somewhat baffling, but it scared the martial artists below. Could there be a spy in the beast god realm? At that moment, countless experts were searching everywhere, causing chaos in the beast god realm, and the atmosphere became strange. Beast God Island. The beast deity had specially allocated an area for the people that Yi Qinghan had brought to stay. Because of Yi Qinghan's prestige, no one dared to cause trouble here. The people inside did not go out often. Occasionally, some juniors would go out to travel. However, with Yi Qinghan's token, no one dared to cause trouble. Of course, except for one person, Jida. Jida loved fresh and beautiful girls. Every once in a while he would go out to travel, pretend to be a rich man and win the hearts of young girls. Although Yi Fan, Night Demon, and the others were a little dissatisfied with Jida's method of stealing meat from their own bowls, Jida was good at picking up girls. Both parties were willing and it was not forced. They could only swallow their anger. However, recently, because of a woman, things had gotten a little out of hand. Jida had picked up a younger sister who turned out to be Night Demon's future granddaughter-in-law. Jida had a refined temperament and he had the appearance of a playboy. In addition, he was powerful and knowledgeable. He met a beautiful woman in the suburbs and with a few words he got her. In the end, he pulled her onto the bed. Just after he finished, Night Demon's grandson heard the news and came looking for him. Jida saw that it was a hedonistic son of a rich family. His strength was not high and he only had the strength of a 5th-grade war god. He was accompanied by a venerable, so he did not care. He sent him flying and then brought the woman back to Beast God Island. In the end, he poked a hornet's nest. Night Demon brought his grandson to find him and they wanted to fight with Jida. Jida was Yi Qinghan's sworn brother, and Yi Qinghan's people would naturally side with him. Hence, Night Demon began to mobilize people. Beast God Island became extremely lively and a war was about to break out. The Beast God had no choice but to step in. However, he did not know how to deal with this muddled matter. Jida was in the wrong, but he was Yi Qinghan's man. Yi Qinghan was in seclusion at the moment. If he were to call Yi Qinghan out because of such a small matter, it would affect his cultivation and that would not be good. Swish. However, Night Demon seemed to be on drugs, and he was determined not to give up until he gave an explanation. Just as the Beast God was about to ask Yi Qinghan to come out helplessly, there was a sudden fluctuation in the sky. A red-clothed woman floated down with 2 fake 9th-grade war gods. Lord Devour? Seeing that it was Lord Devour, Jida was delighted at first. His helper was here, but then he scratched his head in embarrassment. If Lord Devour knew about this, he would definitely scold him in front of everybody. How could he show his face? Yu Qingqing, Yenran, Fireworks, and the others were delighted at first, but then they all frowned and became worried. Lord Devour came with Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu. Did something big happen? Where's little Han? Ask him to come out and see me. Xianxia is coming with more than 10 level 9 experts. Lord Devour's indifferent words were like a thunderbolt that exploded above the Beast God Island. Countless warriors who were ready to fight no longer cared about the internal conflict. All of them looked at the red-clothed woman in the sky in fright. The Beast God hurried to disperse the low-level warriors who were causing trouble. Then he looked at Lord Devour seriously, waiting for her explanation. However, Lord Devour nodded at him without saying anything. Instead he looked at Xianxia and the others. Lord, I'm going to send a message to Qing Han. Xianxia was the calmest. She immediately took out the jade talisman that Qing Han had prepared for her and crushed it. Not long after that, Qing Han teleported under the enchantress's lead. He looked at Xianxia suspiciously. However, when he saw Lord Devour's group in the crowd, his face became solemn. Lord Devour's group suddenly came. Did something happen in the Fire Dragon continent? After the Beast God had invited Lord Devour and all the level 9 experts to the Beast God Palace and told them everything, Qing Han felt relaxed. Pondering for a while, he stood up and looked at the void with his bright eyes. You dare to come to the Beast God's secret land with the Ice Queen and Zhou Xian? Since you're here, let's fight to the death. All the grudges will be settled in this battle. Chapter 1260. The Ice Queen. Once we enter the Beast God realm, help me drag down the Beast God and the other grade 9 expert. The rest will fight on their own. Shui Yi, you will control Qing Han's women and children. I will deal with Qing Han alone. We have to win this battle. Whoever dares to cause trouble and not listen to orders, I will wipe out their entire family. Within the endless space, Xianxia's face was dark and vicious. He stared viciously at the people beside him and instructed. He was clear that Ice Queen's loyalty wasn't high. Zhou Yi had just come over and wasn't sure of her loyalty. But Xianxia thought about how the two of them had huge race members. Using their race to threaten them, he wasn't afraid that they wouldn't listen. Even if the two of them didn't go all out, as long as they dragged out the 2 grade 9 experts and waited for him to kill Qing Han, the outcome would be decided. Yes, sir. Everyone replied in unison. Zhou Yi and Ice Queen subconsciously exchanged glances with one another. A complicated glow appeared in their eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. They had already flown for half a year in the endless space and were less than a month away from the Beast God secret realm. Xianxia had the God world map, so it was easy for him to fly. He wasn't afraid of getting lost and was able to find the closest path. Seeing that no one had any fighting spirit or killing intent, Xianxia took in a deep breath and said, Qing Han has a Chaos God crystal, I have one too. He has numerous treasures on him. Zhou Yi should know that he had at least 2 paragon spiritual treasures on him. Whoever puts in the most effort this time, I will reward them according to their contributions. The moment Xianxia said this, it was like a bunch of grade 9 martial artists were injected with stimulants. Killing intent rose from their bodies and their eyes shone brightly. Only Zhou Yi and Ice Queen's expressions became more complicated. Mo Shanghuang and the hidden ruler's lips revealed a mocking smile. When Xianxia saw that his empty promise was effective, he couldn't help but become high-spirited and hatefully roared. Qing Han killed my 2 sons and killed Qing Shan. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. In the past, I have killed countless people in the immortal world and my crimes are monstrous. If I can't kill him this time, Xianxia will write my name backwards. The enraged voice reverberated in the endless void. The atmosphere in the originally desolate endless void was extremely strange at this moment. Right backwards? Wouldn't that make him Xiong Tu Shin? That's a good name. Before the echo had completely faded away, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They immediately circulated their space force and cast their divine senses towards the source of the voice. Hush, into old dog, we meet again. A burst of laughter could be heard coming from the other end of the rift. Following this, 2 figures walked out from the rift and stood proudly 1,000 li away from the crowd. At the very front was Qing Han, clad in fiery red armor. Who else could it be but the skinny beast god beside him? Qing Han. In an instant, countless eyes lit up, all locked onto the fiery red figure, and countless people exclaimed. Everyone's expression tightened. They were going to kill Qing Han, but they didn't expect Qing Han to deliver himself to their doorstep halfway. The 2 of them wanted to fight with so many people? Was Yi Qinghan crazy? Xianxiang immediately spread his divine senses around, wanting to see what Yi Qinghan had up his sleeves. Everyone also felt strange and hurriedly spread their divine senses in all directions. Sure enough, not far away from the crowd, a quaint palace was flying rapidly around the crowd, and on the other side, a golden 9-story pagoda was faintly discernible. Unseen danger would make everyone suspicious, but once they knew Yi Qinghan's arrangement, Xianxiang was extremely relieved. What kind of experts could Yi Qinghan have on his side? Even if there were a few lower 9th-class experts lying in ambush, what could they do? Ah, Yi Qinghan, there was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it and you barged into hell. Even the space vortex didn't trap you to death? This time I want to see if you can still fly. Xianxiang's body shone with golden light, his golden hair fluttering in the air, a golden greatsword above his head, releasing a terrifying aura as if a demon had descended. He pointed at Yi Qinghan with one hand and shouted coldly, "Of course, if you dare to escape this time, I will make everyone in the Fire Dragon continent and the Beast Arcane realm die with you. Obediently accept your death. I am in a good mood and maybe I will let those mortal trash live. Otherwise, not a single person related to you will be spared and die without a complete corpse." After saying that, without waiting for Yi Qinghan to reply, he sneered at the Beast God. "You are the Beast God clan leader, right? Although Yi Qinghan belongs to the bloodline of the Beast deity, as long as you return from your lost path and assist me in killing Yi Qinghan, I will forgive you. Otherwise, I will make sure the Beast deity secret territory will be barren, and not even the chickens and dogs will be spared." T. Before Yi Qinghan said anything, the skinny old man Beast God scolded. "When our Beast God race shocked the entire world, you weren't even born. You relied on killing Master and refining his chaotic God crystal to gain some strength, and you want to wipe out the Beast God race? Even the God Emperor and Supreme Being couldn't do it. Do you think a piece of trash like you can do it? Bring it on, let me see what skills you juniors have learned to dare to be so arrogant. You really don't know your place." After saying that, a 1,000-meter-tall beast formed behind him. This beast was covered in black fur and had sharp claws. Its eyes gave off a shocking glow like it was about to choose someone to kill. Its aura was monstrous. Just looking at its appearance, it was much scarier than Ice Queen and Zhui's space power. Yi Qinghan didn't interrupt. He exchanged glances with Ice Queen Zhui and laughed coldly. He didn't look at Xianxiang. He turned his head and smiled at Beast God. "Old ancestor, don't be angry. Why are you wasting your breath on a fatherless, motherless, teacherless bastard? Go play with those juniors. Xianxiang is mine." After saying that, he flew into the sky and shouted at Xianxiang, "Shinto old dog, if you want to take my life, then follow me. I will play with you." "Huh. Just you two pieces of trash? Next year today will be your death anniversary." Xianxiang was so angry that he laughed. The killing intent on his body enveloped the surrounding space. His body turned into a bolt of lightning, chasing after Yi Qinghan. His body was in midair when he suddenly turned his head towards the crowd and shouted, "Ice Queen, Queen Zhui, kill this old dog. The rest of you, go and take down the palace and Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan, piece of trash. Prepare to die." When the lower 9th grade martial artists heard Xianxiang's orders, they were all delighted. They didn't need to face the mysterious Yi Qinghan. They just had to chase after the two flying treasures. This mission was much easier. Zhui and Ice Queen exchanged glances with one another. The two of them hollered and charged towards the Beast God. Zhui used the power of space to form a 1,000-layer wave and smash towards the Beast God's 1,000-meter-tall beast. Ice Queen's snow-white hand waved lightly. Snow and ice actually fell from the sky. These snow and ice quickly condensed into numerous icicles, attacking Beast God. "Ah, let me play with you two girls. Little Han, it's up to you." Beast God didn't even look at the lower 9th grade martial artists who chased after Beast God Hall and Soul Emperor Pavilion. Instead, he looked at Yi Qinghan. The withered and small body of the beast suddenly had an imposing aura. He laughed loudly and punched forward with both hands. The huge beast behind him instantly stepped into the sky, waving its huge claws and roaring towards the sky. With a destructive aura, it clawed towards Zhui and Ice Queen's attack. Chapter 1261. Hong. The deep blue 1,000-layer wave swept across the sky like it was going to break through the sky. It heavily smashed into the left claw of the gorilla-like beast formed by the Beast God. On the other side, the Ice Queen formed 8 ice spikes that could freeze the sky and earth. They also smashed into the other giant claw. The 1,000-layer wave was stronger with each layer. Wherever it passed, ripples would appear in the space, giving out pa-pa-pa sounds. It was as if there were really waves crashing by. It fiercely smashed into the giant claw that was 100 meters thick. Based on Zhu Yi's usual attack strength, the giant claw would be smashed into pieces after a few dozen layers of waves. But today, it seemed like there was a problem with Zhu Yi's strength. Although her aura was shocking, after creating hundreds of layers of waves, not a single beast claw was smashed into pieces. On the other side, the Ice Queen's attack was also weak. The 8 ice spikes were like toys playing a game of hide-and-seek with the giant claw. Looking at the situation, it seemed like the 2 absolute beauties were on their period today and they were powerless to do anything. Looking at the beast god, it seemed like his dementia was acting up today. A beast that could scare a normal heavenly god martial artist to death had very weak attack strength and speed. The 3 of them looked fierce as they fought and their auras were extraordinary. But after fighting for so long, they had only used up a small portion of the spatial power they gathered. The lower grade 9 martial artists had split into 2 groups. Zhu Yi's subordinates went to chase Beast God Hull, while Blood Knight Immortal, the Hidden Sovereign, and the 3 white-haired elders from the small mystic realm went to chase Soul Emperor Pavilion. Immortal and the Hidden Sovereign had been paying attention to the battle between the Beast God and Zhu Yi. They wanted to pay attention to the battle between Yi Qinghan and Xianxia, but the 2 of them were extremely fast. They flew up into the sky and were too far away. At this moment they could only vaguely sense a trace of it. At this moment the 2 of them felt that something was wrong. Why did it feel like the Beast God and Ice Queen Zhu Yi were in cahoots? Were they playing house? Turning their heads, they realized that the Blood Knight Monarch and the 3 white-haired elders were also looking back at the battle between the 3 of them with confused expressions. Immortal and the Hidden Sovereign exchanged glances. Both of them looked at Zhu Yi and Qiming's subordinates who were chasing Beast God Hull. They wanted to confirm their suspicions. As expected, when they saw Zhu Yi's subordinates bellowing out furiously and condensing various types of spatial force, they were furious and baleful. They seemed like they would not give up until they destroyed the Beast God Hull. However, their speed had quietly decreased by 30%. How could the 2 of them not understand? Ice Queen and Zhu Yi were delaying, or rather, they had reached some sort of agreement with Yi Qinghan. The contents of the agreement were not hard to guess. They would first drag it out and not officially start the battle. Everything would wait until the victor between Yi Qinghan and Xianxia was decided. If Yi Qinghan won, needless to say, they would all side with him. If he lost, the 2 of them would have to fight the beast deity with all their might. But what Immortal and Immortal didn't understand was, why was Yi Qinghan so confident? He would definitely defeat Xianxia. That was a 9th grade supreme martial artist. What's more, it was at the peak level. This was the limit of a martial artist's cultivation realm. How many years had Yi Qinghan been cultivating? Was that even possible? Was it impossible? However, no matter what, Immortal and the Hidden Ruler had already made their decision. Their speed started to slow down. At the same time, Immortal's spatial force condensed into a flood dragon. His aura surged and he shouted angrily, "People of Soul Emperor Pavilion, listen up. You have been surrounded. Please surrender immediately. Please surrender immediately. Otherwise you will have to bear the consequences." The Hermit Sovereign was very quick-witted. He immediately followed suit and became incomparably enraged. He used his god power amplifier and shouted, "Yes, yes. You have been surrounded. Please surrender immediately. Otherwise we won't be polite." Surrounded? Please surrender immediately? Blood Knight Monarch and the 3 monarchs were confused. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was still far away, so how did they surround them? Moreover, why did they use the word please to ask them to surrender? Why be so polite? But during these 2 sentences, the 4 of them realized that the Hidden Ruler and Immortal were thousands of meters away from them. Only then did they realize that Immortal and the Hidden Ruler had slowed down. Damn. These 2 fence-sitters. Blood Knight Monarch cursed under his breath. He looked up and vaguely sensed that Xianxia and Yi Qinghan were already fighting. He recalled the last time in Divine Grace City, when Yi Qinghan attacked Wuxia brutally. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine and subconsciously slowed down. The 3 lower rank 9 monarchs from the small mystic realm were not idiots. Since all of them were faking it, it would not be good for the 3 of them to be too independent, right? As a result, a very strange scene appeared on the scene. Everyone looked incomparably fierce and aggressive. They were all shouting and cursing, and their attacks were extremely frightening. In a short period of time they had released countless attacks, but no one was injured at all. It was as if they were in cahoots to film a movie. Moreover, everyone seemed to have a mind of their own. As they fought and chased, they approached Yi Qinghan and Xianxia's battlefield. Their divine senses were all locked onto the two, waiting for the final outcome. In the void millions of miles above everyone, Yi Qinghan stood upright and stopped running. He was wearing a fiery red battle armor surrounded by red light, and carried a long supreme god slaughtering saber on his back. His handsome face looked even more majestic and extraordinary at this moment. The current terrain was a little strange. There was a material plane not far to the left, and there was another material plane millions of miles to the right. Above them there was a space vortex. No one knew if Yi Qinghan had deliberately chosen this place as the battlefield or if it was a coincidence. Yi Qinghan die. Xianxiang shot up like a cannonball. Before he arrived, his voice was already heard. Moreover, a giant sword shining with golden light had already cut through the void, turning into a series of afterimages, slashing down on Yi Qinghan. This was truly tearing through the void. Wherever the giant sword passed, tiny cracks would appear in the space, looking as sinister and terrifying as scars. It must be known that this was the endless void, a place where space was the most stable. Xianxiang's attack power could be clearly seen. Haha. Xianxiang, aren't you afraid that I have an ambush? Yi Qinghan raised his head and laughed. His eyes flickered as he activated the Soul Exterminator. His laughter was mixed with the demonic voice. His hands gently caressed, and the billions of soul jade knives turned into stars and shot down. At the same time, the fire god's heart on his head lit up, and his body quietly disappeared. Previously, Xianxiang was ambushed by Yi Qinghan's soul skill. How could he not be prepared this time? The chaotic aura had long protected his soul sea. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not intend to rely on soul skills to make Xianxiang suffer. It was just that soul skills could be used casually, and it was always good to be able to harass Xianxiang. The golden sword slashed down heavily, turning into a ray of light that shot downwards. Obviously it missed. Where the golden sword slashed down, a long and narrow crack appeared in the space. It was like a piece of black cloth that was cut by a sharp knife. Xianxiang immediately controlled the golden sword to fly back, and the crack in space slowly closed. Although he knew that it was impossible for Yi Qinghan to ambush him, he still looked around nervously. However, he was shocked by what he saw. Yi Qinghan teleported hundreds of thousands of miles to the left. At this moment his body suddenly split into 2, then 2 into 4 into 8. In the end, the sky was filled with Yi Qinghan's clones, and there were hundreds of them. Most importantly, every clone looked exactly the same. It was impossible to distinguish them with the naked eye or divine sense. Even the power of space was exactly the same. Xianxiang's golden sword trembled and started revolving around him. With the fastest speed he slashed towards Yi Qinghan's billions of clones. At the same time he spat out a mouthful of blood, and once again condensed a golden sword, which revolved around his body and protected him. However, his eyes were burning with anger and he was about to melt the void. He shouted with incomparable resentment, "Battle Emperor, you old dog. I served you for hundreds of thousands of years, and you didn't teach me this ultimate skill of creating millions of clones. Now you passed it to this little bastard. You old dog, I didn't kill you wrongly back then, I didn't kill you wrongly." Chapter 1262. 1,000 Clones. This was the strongest technique of the Battle Emperor. When cultivated to the extreme, he could create thousands of clones. Every clone had the same aura as the main body. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't detect them. However, with so many clones, only the main body had real attacking power. The rest could only be used to confuse the enemy. When this technique was cultivated to the extreme, it could create 108 clones. Yi Qinghan had only created a few hundred clones. It was obvious that he hadn't cultivated it to the extreme yet. The remnant soul of the Battle Emperor was exhausted in the dusky space and disappeared from the world. Before he disappeared, the Battle Emperor removed the seal on the black stone and the seal on the Battle Emperor hull. The seals on the other two secret manuals in the small pavilion that stored the secret manuals had also been removed. Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't let it go. He had taken some time to investigate in these 5,000 years. When he found this secret manual, he immediately started cultivating it. 1,000 clones was not only a good technique for escaping, it was also a heaven-defying attack technique. It was the strongest technique of the Battle Emperor. However, there wasn't much time. Yi Qinghan had spent most of his time cultivating the power of cold, so he could only create a few hundred clones. However, a few hundred clones were enough. Seeing Shen Tixiong's furious expression, Yi Qinghan's confidence soared. It was obvious. Shen Tixiong couldn't detect his real body. Then he controlled the clones with his divine sense and surrounded Shen Tixiong from all directions. Then 10 God Slayer's spears suddenly appeared from the void. The moment the God Slayer's spears appeared, a fierce and domineering aura enveloped the entire space. Just as they appeared, the space beside the God Slayer's spears actually started to crack. It was as terrifying as the golden sword that Shen Tixiong had slashed down. The God Slayer's spears hadn't attacked yet. They had just been formed. Its power was comparable to Shen Tixiong's full-strength attack. At least on the surface, it seemed to have reached this level of power. The strangest thing was that the 10 God Slayer's spears appeared beside Yi Qinghan's hundreds of clones. Their auras looked exactly the same. In an instant, Shen Tixiong felt as if his surroundings were filled with an aura that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. A piercingly cold, killing intent locked onto him, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Along with the appearance of the God Slayer's spear, scar-like cracks appeared in the surrounding space, as if the void was about to collapse. Impossible. Impossible. How could his attack be so powerful? This was absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. An illusion. Shen Tixiong's eyes were opened wider than a cow's. Hundreds of doppelgangers all had this kind of aura. Shen Tixiong was not surprised. This was the essence of the Battle Emperor's myriad clones. He also knew that apart from the true body, the rest of the clones' auras were all simulated and had no offensive power at all. What he couldn't believe was, how could Yi Qinghan's attack possess such terrifying power? Just by looking at the condensed appearance and aura, it was actually stronger than a full-strength strike from him? This was simply impossible. His strength had reached the peak of a martial artist's cultivation, the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist. If Yi Qinghan's attack power was stronger than his, could it be that he had become a divine emperor supreme martial artist? The martial artists below were even more frightened by the terrifying aura in the sky, all forgetting that they were fighting. They stared blankly at the sky, even quietly standing together as if they had become comrades. They ignored everything else and locked onto Yi Qinghan. When they saw the hundreds of Yi Qinghan, each with 10 God Slayer spears that carried an aura that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, everyone's souls trembled. Was he still human? Wrong. He had become a god long ago and was no longer immortal. But, was he still a god-rank martial artist? Could a martial artist cultivate to such a level? Could his attack power be so great? The beast god was also frightened, and the beast god palace in the distance stopped flying. The Soul Emperor Pavilion also stopped chasing the crowd, standing in the void, waiting for this earth-shattering battle. The 7th brother of the Yi family, the trash of the Yi family, has grown to such an extent. The outcome of this battle has been decided. Soul Emperor, you can finally rest in peace. Xiao He can finally be saved. Inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, many people were standing watching the earth-shattering scene outside. They didn't even dare to blink. They all calmed their minds, not daring to breathe loudly. Their hearts were in their throats. Lord Devour mumbled, 2 drops of tears rolling down from the corners of his eyes. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Die. Die for me. Yi Qinghan, take my strongest attack. Sovereign descends the world. Shen Tixiong lifted his head and roared. The golden sword in front of him suddenly exploded, turning into billions of small golden swords. However, its aura didn't seem to weaken. It turned into billions of light beams shooting everywhere. Shen Tixiong's face paled. It was obvious that this move had consumed a lot of his origin. Billions of small golden swords shot out, and the void around him cracked like a spider web. It felt like a piece of plexiglass had been smashed, and the sky seemed like it would collapse in the next second. F***ck. Yi Qinghan could feel that this was Xianxia's ultimate killing move. The power contained in the small golden swords made his soul shiver. However, he couldn't retreat at this moment. Otherwise, the situation he had painstakingly created would be broken. His cold power couldn't withstand such consumption. His face sank and he gritted his teeth, preparing to fight to the death. God Slayer Spear Destroy. Previously, outside the reincarnation plane, Yi Qinghan had relied on the fire god's battle armor to withstand Xianxia's sword. Apart from having all the bones in his body shattered, Yi Qinghan didn't suffer any fatal danger. At this moment he was prepared to resist and use the God Slayer Spear to injure Xianxia. This God Slayer Spear was condensed by Yi Qinghan with the cold power. The cold power was originally an incomparably overbearing and valiant power, and it was above all other elemental powers. Now that he used it to condense the God Slayer Spear, its might was even greater. When Yi Qinghan created the God Slayer Spear, he was extremely familiar with the various steps and difficulties. After 5,000 years of cultivation simulation, he could easily condense the God Slayer Spear with the cold power. Swish! Yi Qinghan roared. Hundreds of doppelgangers and thousands of God Slayer Spears attacked at the same time. There was only one target, Xianxia, who was surrounded in the center. Once the God Slayer Spear appeared, tiny cracks appeared in the space. At this moment he attacked with all his strength and the space was directly torn apart. The void was torn apart as the God Slayer Spear soared. At this moment the surrounding space was filled with thousands of holes. It was extremely ugly, and the destructive aura caused the surrounding 9th-grade martial artists to have a change in expression as they quickly retreated. Everyone forgot about the battle, forgot about the enemy, and focused on the thousands of God Slayer Spears. They widened their eyes and mouths in disbelief. There was only one thought in their minds. Was this still an attack that a martial artist could release? Boom! 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 A deafening explosion resounded. The God Slayer Spear and Xianxia's small golden swords collided. At the point of collision, the space was once again torn apart, forming a crack that was thousands of meters long. But at this moment, Xianxia's eyes lit up. This is the real body Yi Qinghan. Die. The billions of small golden swords encountered many God Slayer Spears. But other than the 10 God Slayer Spears on the left, the rest directly penetrated through. Obviously the rest were all illusions condensed by the doppelgangers. Only the real body had real attack power. After Xianxia discovered this, he immediately controlled all the huge golden swords. These small golden swords actually started spinning, turning into billions of spiral drills and shot towards Yi Qinghan's real body. Chapter 1263. Haha, Xianxia, you fell for it. Didn't the Battle Emperor tell you that the original body can be switched among these 10,000 doppelgangers? Die. Yi Qinghan laughed out loud and the hundreds of clones followed suit. Suddenly, the surrounding void was filled with the sound of laughter. Under the influence of the demonic voice, Xianxia was once again bewildered for a moment, and the speed of the billions of small golden swords slowed down. His divine sense subconsciously swept towards the god-slaying spear that was getting closer and closer. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. The real god-slayer's spear transformed into 10 flood dragons, twisting in the air, piercing through the millions of revolving golden swords, piercing towards Xianxia. The rest of the god-slayer's spears were extremely strange, twisting and turning. It was as if there were thousands of flood dragons swimming in the void, roaring soundlessly towards Xianxia. Die. Die. Let's see if your fire god's battle armor or my primal chaos chi is stronger. Let's go all out. Xianxia immediately woke up after a moment, but those 10 god slayers' spears had already rushed over. Only 3 of them collided with the small golden sword and finally shattered. The god slayer's spear was condensed from the power of cold, and its speed was originally faster than Xianxia's attack. Xianxia's attack was the first to be launched, but now he would be able to hit his opponent at the same time. Xianxia didn't care anymore. He could only fight with his life on the line. The origin energy of chaotic force protected his body, and he used all his strength to control the billions of tiny golden swords, slashing towards Yi Qinghan madly. Boom! Boom! Both parties' attacks arrived at almost the same time. Yi Qinghan's Godslayer's spear suddenly spun, fiercely stabbing into Xianxia's body and brain. Xianxia's billions of small golden swords also started to spin, and like meteors, they continuously shot towards Yi Qinghan's body. In an instant the two of them spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying backwards. With such a terrifying momentum, in just the blink of an eye, the two of them were sent flying millions of miles away, disappearing from the line of sight of the martial artists below. Ha ha ha. I have primal chaos chi, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. Xianxia's body was riddled with countless spear holes, but because of the primal chaos energy's protection, his divine crystal and brain were completely unharmed. Although his body was in a terrible state from the explosion of the power of frost, his life was not in danger. Oh, really? Let's see how much primordial chaos energy you have. Xianxia, you will definitely die today. But before he could laugh out loud, a cold voice rang out. Although Yi Qinghan had been smashed several million miles away, and his life and death were unknown, he teleported in the next second and stood in front of Xianxia. The Vulcan's battle armor was still glowing red, and there was no trace of paleness on his face. It seemed that Yi Qinghan had not suffered any damage from such a fierce attack just now. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could you be completely fine? Impossible. Xianxia was frightened. Although his primal crystal's healing speed was fast, it still required time. If Yi Qinghan were to attack continuously, he would definitely be the one to die after a few rounds. The defense of the Fire God battle armor, a supreme spiritual treasure, was actually so strong? Of course, the defense of the Fire God's battle armor wasn't that strong. Otherwise, Yi Qinghan would have just stood there and smashed Xianxia. Just now, all the bones and flesh in Yi Qinghan's body had actually been shattered. It was just that Xianxia did not know that Yi Qinghan had a soul ring that could instantly heal injuries. That was why he was so terrified. Yi Qinghan looked up to the sky and laughed. His gaze was like two knives as he stared at Xianxia. He activated the heavenly demonic voice and said faintly, "Xianxia, with the Fire God's battle armor, even if I stand there and let you kill me, you won't be able to kill me. Look below. You are utterly heartless. The Immortal World's rank 9 martial artists have all forsaken the darkness for the light and surrendered to me. Do you think you can withstand our joint attack? Of course, they don't have to do anything. I only need to attack for a few rounds, and your primordial chaos energy will be completely exhausted. When that time comes, only death awaits you. Now I'll give you two choices. Offer up your soul fire and surrender to me, or die." What? Xianxia had been fighting with Yi Qinghan, so he did not pay attention to the situation below. At this moment, his soul consciousness scanned and found that the warriors below were all standing together. The Soul Emperor Pavilion and the Beast God Temple were not far from them. Yi Feihu had brought the rank 9 experts of the Beast God Mysterious Territory, while Lord Devour had brought Jida and the others. More than 20 rank 9 experts were looking at him with disdain. Xianxia spurted blood again. His resentful eyes scanned the area below. Blood Knight and the 3 Sovereign Realm experts felt a chill in their hearts, retreating a few steps. However, Zhu Yi, the Ice Queen, seemed to have made up her mind. She looked at him arrogantly and fearlessly. Mo Shanghuang and the others were scared out of their wits by Yi Qinghan's powerful attack. They immediately stood on Yi Qinghan's side. Lord Devour looked at the rank 9 experts, smiling with great satisfaction. She only had the lower rank 9 cultivation base, but she still rushed here. In fact, it was the right decision for her to come here. Under her brilliant plan, she had arranged so many things, and now it was really effective. Yi Qinghan had sent Ice Queen and Zhu Yi to each other, but she and Yi Qinghan had agreed on every word. The current situation was also arranged by her. All the arrangements were to create a sense of confidence in Yi Qinghan's victory, so that everyone would lean towards her side. At this moment, Lord Devour's plan was working. The Ice Queen and Zhu Yi had completely turned on their side. With the Ice Queen, Zhu Yi, and the Beast God as well as Yi Qinghan's power, Xianxia would not be able to escape. Of course, Lord Devour's plan and arrangement were all based on one condition. Yi Qinghan had to gain the upper hand in the first round. Yi Qinghan didn't disappoint Lord Devour. The cold power that was above all other powers was really powerful. The Vulcan armor had withstood Xianxia's attack. The scales of victory had tipped to Yi Qinghan's side. However, Lord Devour had miscalculated one thing. The terrain here had been chosen on purpose. If Yi Qinghan couldn't win, he could hide in the material plane, or he could escape into the space vortex. But now, it gave Shin Xiong a chance to escape. You want me to be your sole slave? Dream on. Shin Xiong roared. The giant golden sword on his body didn't slash at Yi Qinghan, but aimed at Lord Devour and the others. Yi Qinghan was so scared that his soul left his body. He quickly teleported and the 10 God Slayers' spears blocked the giant golden sword. But in that instant, Shin Xiong's body had transformed into a swimming dragon that shot upwards violently, and then he smashed headfirst into the spatial vortex above. Boom! Out of the 10 God Slayers' spears, only 5 exploded to destroy the giant golden sword that no one was controlling. But at this moment, Shin Xiong's body had totally disappeared. Damn, if Shin Xiong returns to the God world, our race will be in danger. Yi Qinghan withstood Shin Xiong's attack. However, Ice Queen and Zhu Yi didn't show any joy. Ice Queen's face flushed red as she screamed in terror. They knew that Shin Xiong had come out from the space vortex previously. They knew that Yi Qinghan could come out too. Once Shin Xiong came out with his vengeful personality, he would definitely take revenge. He can't return to the God world. He can't escape. Yi Qinghan laughed coldly. The space vortex's exit is in the reincarnation plane. This place isn't far from the reincarnation plane. With Soul Emperor Pavilion speed we can reach it in 2 months. Even if Shin Xiong's luck is good, he can come out in this period of time. He has nowhere to run, he will definitely die. Chapter 1264. The last time Shin Xiong entered the space whirlpool, he came out from the reincarnation plane. Then Yi Qinghan fell in and came out from the reincarnation plane. And there were countless corpses of different races in that strange space. Yi Qinghan guessed that if he fell into the space whirlpool he would end up in that gray space and the only exit would be the reincarnation plane. Of course, this was just Yi Qinghan's guess. On the surface Yi Qinghan looked very sure, but in fact he was not so sure. But at this moment this group of people had just joined his side and he had become the core of everyone. He had to act like he had everything under control. In fact, the reason why Yi Qinghan talked so much nonsense just now was to make Shin Xiong submit. And not to continuously launch 3 to 5 rounds of attacks to wear out Shin Xiong's chaotic energy, injure him and kill him. There was a reason. He did not want to act cool, but he did not have the confidence to injure Shin Xiong. Such a fierce attack consumed his cold energy like water. In just a short period of time his cold energy had already been consumed by half. If Shin Xiong had held on for a while longer and continued to attack, the one to die would have been Yi Qinghan. Today's battle could be said to be extremely dangerous. Reality proved that without Lord Devour's careful arrangement and careful planning, everyone would have been wiped out today. But at this moment the situation was completely different. With the betrayal of Ice Queen and Zhu Yi on Yi Qinghan's side, there was a peak 9th grade supreme martial artist like him, a beast god who could barely fight against a normal 9th grade supreme martial artist with the help of the beast god temple, and 3 peak 9th grade Ice Queen Zhu Yi and Yi Feihu. Shin Xiong was completely defeated and the outcome was set. The next time they met with so many experts surrounding him he would definitely not be able to escape. Of course, even if Lord Devour was extremely intelligent, without Yi Qinghan to temporarily suppress Shin Xiong's powerful strength, everything would have been for naught. Yi Qinghan was actually quite depressed. If he had a few tens of thousands of years and Shin Xiong fought with him, he would definitely be able to kill him. In today's battle, the overbearingness and power of the cold energy was fully displayed. The power of cold was indeed above all other powers. Yi Qinghan's overall strength had reached the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist with the help of this miraculous power of cold. Everyone enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. We will go to the reincarnation plane. Shin Xiong will not die. No one's family will be safe. Yi Qinghan's eyes swept through the crowd. His eyes were as cold as stars and filled with killing intent as he spoke in a deep tone. I'm sure you all have heard of my character. Be friends with me and I'll treat you like a spring breeze. If he becomes my enemy, I will treat him like ice in the deep winter. Since you've chosen to be friends with me, Yi Qinghan, I hope you won't be half-hearted. Otherwise, you should know what I'm capable of. Let's go. Yi Qinghan's overbearing words made the hearts of all those who sought refuge with him tremble. Especially the Ice Queen and Blood Knight. After witnessing Yi Qinghan's cruelty in Divine Grace City, and knowing how this young master killed 1/3 3 billion people with one palm outside the Soul Emperor Island, they immediately felt a chill in the depths of their souls. Of course, there was one person who understood Yi Qinghan's methods even better. Zhu Yi looked at Yi Qinghan with a complicated expression. Thinking of the methods that Yi Qinghan used on her in her courtyard, she couldn't help but blush. Yes, Lord. Everyone cupped their hands and bowed in unison. Yi Qinghan's shocking strength today had completely won their allegiance. To be able to defeat a peak 9th grade supreme martial artist, how could such an expert not be worth following? All the sovereigns of the divine world looked at Yi Qinghan with complicated eyes. 10,000 years ago, when Yi Qinghan was still the first young master of the ethereal continent, he became famous in the Star Sea. Who would have thought that in just 10,000 years, the first young master of the divine world would become the first young master of the divine world? The Soul Emperor Pavilion flickered and took everyone in. The Beast God's people didn't enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion, but went to the Beast God Palace. The shining Soul Emperor Pavilion and the pitch-black Beast God Palace tore through the void and flew towards the reincarnation plane. The Ice Queen and the other 9th grade warriors of the divine world were all sent to a side hall by the enchantress. Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour came to the main hall. Yi Qinghan was like a king who had returned, surrounded by people like stars surrounding the moon. All the important figures in the main hall were present, and all the disciples and subordinates that Yi Qinghan had brought to the Beast God realm were on the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. This battlefield was specially chosen by Lord Devour. Once Yi Qinghan lost, the Soul Emperor Pavilion would immediately enter the material plane, and the 9th grade warriors would escape into the space whirlpool. Unexpectedly, the last escape route was prepared for Zhou Xian. Bulhan. As soon as they entered, Lord Devour asked everyone to sit down, while she and Yi Qinghan sat on the main seats. Zhou Xian wasn't dead or severely injured, so they couldn't be careless. She immediately asked, "How sure are you that Zhou Xian will come out of the reincarnation secret realm?" Yi Qinghan thought for a while and said, 60%. Good. Lord Devour said excitedly. Yi Qinghan was very conservative, so the probability was even higher. Once Zhou Xian came out of the reincarnation secret realm, it would be his death. Thinking that he could finally take revenge for the Soul Emperor, Lord Devour was so excited that he shivered. After a while, Lord Devour looked at Xiao He and Li Shui, then turned to Yi Qinghan and said solemnly, "Little Han, if you encounter Zhou Xian and don't have the confidence to injure and control him, then kill him. As for Xiao He, we can slowly think of a solution when we return to the Immortal realm. Zhou Xian is too dangerous." "Yes, boss. I'm happy enough that I can live forever. Don't harm everyone because of me," Xiao He immediately said resolutely. Yi Qinghan looked at Xiao He and felt pain in his eyes, but he nodded in the end. If he was alone against Zhou Xian, not to mention controlling and capturing him alive, he didn't even have the confidence to kill him. For the sake of his clansmen and the people of the Beast God secret realm, if there was no other way, he could only join hands and kill him. "You guys stay here. Little Han, let's go to the side chamber to take a look." Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan discussed the details for a while, then stood up and walked to the side chamber. The monarch of the Immortal realm had just reclaimed them, so it was time for them to be reassured. As the two of them walked into the side chamber, the people who were sitting nervously immediately stood up and respectfully greeted Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said to Zhu Yi, "Queen Zhu Yi, come with me." The people of the Fire God's secret realm looked at Yi Qinghan, especially Zhu Yi's beautiful maid, whose eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. However, with Yi Qinghan's strength, their discontented feelings could only flash for a second. "Ice Queen, long time no see. This way please. Diawu wants to talk to you." According to the agreement with Yi Qinghan, Lord Devour invited the Ice Queen away, and the two of them were in charge of comforting one person each. As long as Zhu Yi and the Ice Queen were completely loyal to him, the other level 9 experts would be loyal to him. Yi Qinghan took Zhu Yi to an elegant room. As soon as they got in, Yi Qinghan angrily slapped Zhu Yi's perky butt. His face was cold as he said angrily, "You've grown up? Colluding with Zhou Xian to take revenge on me?" Chapter 1265. Being suddenly attacked by Yi Qinghan, Zhu Yi's perky buttocks shrank back, and her face immediately turned so red that water could drip out. Thinking back to when Yi Qinghan had forced himself on her, Yi Qinghan had also ruthlessly slapped her buttocks time and time again. She couldn't help but feel even more bashful. She cast a coquettish glance at Yi Qinghan and angrily said in a low voice, "How would I dare to retaliate against you? Xianxia used my fellows to threaten me so I could only pretend to be polite. But now I'm on your side, aren't I? Yi Qinghan, I'm loyal to you." Really? Yi Qinghan couldn't figure out this woman. This green bamboo leaf snake was so cunning that only Lord Devour could compare with her. As Lord Devour knew that the two of them had a relationship, he asked him to comfort her, while she went to complain to the Ice Queen. For a moment Yi Qinghan didn't know how to appease Zhu Yi. Seeing that Zhu Yi was pretending to tease him like she did in the Fire God's secret realm, he couldn't help but get angry. With a straight face he shouted, "Take off your skirt." What? Zhu Yi blinked, thinking that she had misheard him. But seeing Yi Qinghan's serious face, he didn't look like he was joking. She was enraged, thinking, who could be so overbearing? We just met and it's still broad daylight, but he still pulled a long face and asked me to take off my pants? Yi Qinghan saw Zhu Yi acting like a little girl, bashful and angry. She sneaked a glance at him but didn't dare to say anything. He was amused. He just wanted to annoy Zhu Yi. But now he remembered the time in the back garden of Zhu Yi's mansion, when Zhu Yi's face was covered with white fluid. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. At this moment, seeing Zhu Yi's seductive appearance, his heart was stirred. Comfort? How to comfort her? Wasn't the best way to comfort a woman to have something that wasn't just friendship? The relationship between him and Zhu Yi was ambiguous. If he increased the intensity, wouldn't this girl fall in love with him? Recently, Yi Qinghan's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Today he had defeated the boss of the god realm, Xianxia, who had reached the peak of the martial artist realm. Defeating Xianxia meant that his current overall strength had reached the pinnacle of martial artists, 9th grade sovereign. At this moment his confidence had also reached its peak, and his lofty sentiments surged. Back then he wasn't as strong as Zhu Yi, but he still dared to force himself on her. At this moment his strength was many times stronger than Zhu Yi's. Of course he was even more unbridled. Two large hands grabbed Zhu Yi's waist and lifted her up, then threw her heavily onto the jade bed on the other side. Zhu Yi looked at Yi Qinghan, whose eyes were glowing with lust, slowly walking toward her. She was ashamed and angry at the same time. She thought to herself, how can this person be like this? How could he be so domineering? You want to f*ck me just because of a disagreement? What does he take this king for? Even if you want to f*ck me, can't you say something nice? Just as Zhu Yi was hesitating on whether she should resist, Yi Qinghan's large hands had already reached over. One hand went up and the other went down. He searched up and down, directly grasping her two fatal spots. Without waiting for her to protest, the large mouth sealed her little mouth and began to wildly demand. Zhu Yi's mind, which was originally in a state of panic, suddenly exploded and became completely chaotic. The hand that was originally forcefully holding onto Yi Qinghan's body also became weak and powerless. Then, she quietly hugged onto Yi Qinghan's tiger back. Forget it, forget it. This enemy is this king's nemesis. Meeting this enemy, this king will always be powerless to resist. Besides, his strength is so much stronger than this king. Even if this king wants to resist, I can't, right? I'll just let the demonic beast do it for nothing. Oh, this demonic whip is so thick, so strong. Zhu Yi's starry eyes were tightly closed, allowing Yi Qinghan to rampage on her alluring body. She thought about how she had already been violated by Yi Qinghan once last time. It didn't matter if he did it again. It only took a moment for her to think things through, and she calmly enjoyed the pleasure brought by this great human relationship. For a moment the room was suddenly filled with a strong sense of love. The atmosphere was sluggish and it was incomparably fragrant. Done, pack up. Yi Qinghan once again repeated the feat from last time. He sprinkled Zhu Yi's face, feeling comfortable all over. Looking at Zhu Yi, who was like a puddle of mud below, he was sure that Zhu Yi wouldn't be able to play any tricks in this period of time. Satisfied, he put on his clothes and walked out. Before he turned around, he warned her, "Woman, if you don't get whipped for 3 days, you'd better be obedient. Otherwise, this young master will whip you to death next time." After teleporting back to the main hall, Lord Devour had finished his business. Seeing Yi Qinghan come back, he hurried to ask, "Is Zhu Yi okay?" Yi Qinghan laughed and patted his chest. "I'm doing it. Don't worry. If it doesn't work, I'll go there and give her another beating later. Everyone believed Yi Qinghan's words without a doubt. Only Gid gave her a meaningful smile and quietly gave her a thumbs up. 2 months later, a 9-layered pagoda and an ancient palace appeared outside the reincarnation plane. Then countless figures flashed in the sky, and the ancient palace disappeared. In the end, 5 figures split into 2 space vortexes and flew rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared in front of the fiery gazes. After Yi Qinghan and the others entered, the Soul Emperor Pavilion immediately flew far away, circling the area. Yi Qinghan took the lead and was the first to enter the reincarnation secret territory. He immediately released his divine sense, covering the entire reincarnation secret territory. Xianxia isn't inside. Yi Qinghan's divine sense was so powerful that he immediately found out what was going on. His body was like a cannonball, flying towards the exit of the Yellow Spring River and the foot of the reincarnation mountain. Beast god Zhu Yi and the others quickly followed. Yi Qinghan had already found the reincarnation mountain. The warriors he had arranged the last time were still there. His divine sense scanned them and found that no one had done anything to them. After discussing for a while, he finally confirmed that Xianxia hadn't come out. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If Xianxia came out early and snuck back into the god world or the fire god beast mysterious realm, then there would be irreversible consequences. On the surface, Yi Qinghan looked like he heaved a sigh of relief. However, his heart was beating like a drum. If Xianxia didn't go to that gray space and didn't come out from here, this matter would be really troublesome. Although the important people around him were basically all in the Soul Emperor Pavilion and wouldn't be in danger. But if Xianxia massacred the people in the Fire God Beast Mysterious Realm, as well as those from the Ice and Snow Island, Zhu Yi and the Ice Queen would immediately turn hostile. Even the Beast God might hate him. However, what could he do now? He could only wait here. Yi Qinghan told everyone to rest on the spot while his divine sense followed the Yellow Spring River. Once Xianxia followed the Yellow Spring River and exited the space whirlpool, he would immediately surround and kill him. Chapter 1266. The citizens of the reincarnation secret realm were terrified. Ever since Xianxia slapped them a few times and killed hundreds of millions of people, they had been terrified. Now that 5 incomparably powerful figures had appeared, the citizens of the reincarnation secret realm were even more terrified. Fortunately, some of the elite disciples that Lord Devour had brought were scattered in the reincarnation secret realm. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to organize these people to stabilize the situation in the reincarnation plane, so that the people wouldn't feel as if doomsday had arrived. The 5 of them stayed at the foot of the reincarnation mountain, quietly waiting for Xianxia to come out. Who knew that this wait would take a full 5 years? 5 years and there was still no sign of Xianxia. This time not only Yi Qinghan was secretly anxious, even the beast god and the other 3 were very worried. Could Xianxia have already come out from other places? At this moment the experts of the 3 great races were here. If they waited until they returned and all their clansmen were dead, then it would be a disaster. Although the 4 of them did not speak, they occasionally opened their eyes and glanced at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan could still easily feel the urgency in their hearts. If Xianxia has stayed in there for tens of thousands of years, do we continue to wait here? If Xianxia has already come out from other places, what should we do? Yi Qinghan was also anxious. After careful consideration, he decided to let the beast god go out and let him bring a few lower 9th grade sovereigns to patrol the Immortal realm, the Fire God's Mystery Realm and the Beast God's Mystery Realm. With the Beast God, the speed and defense of the Beast God Palace as well as the spatial blade current, even if they encountered Xianxia, they would still have a chance to escape. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had made arrangements, Zhu Yi and the other 2 could only continue to stay here. A year and a half later, the Beast God brought back a piece of good news that made everyone feel at ease. Xianxia did not return to the divine world, nor did he go to the Fire God Secret Realm or the Beast God Secret Realm. Xianxia was a 9th grade supreme martial artist and could not enter the material plane. Of course, he could not stay in the endless void forever, so Xianxia should not have come out yet. However, the Beast God had mentioned that the demonic beasts in the Immortal realm had been acting strangely recently. The demonic aura in the air had also become denser. It was very likely that the demonic realm was about to launch another attack. Yi Qinghan did not care much about this. The last time the evil demons had descended, It was because the Starry Sea had not fought. If they had fought immediately, the evil demon army would have been able to suppress them completely. Therefore he only called for the beast god to bring Mo Shanghuang and the hidden sovereign, Blood Knight sovereign, back to the divine world and pay close attention to the movements in the divine world. He and the Zhu Yi Ice Queen Yi Feihu continued to guard this place. The longer Xianxia stayed inside, the more at ease Yi Qinghan felt. As time passed, his power of cold would continue to increase, and at that time he would have more confidence in dealing with Xianxia. 1 year later, Lord Devour was still worried, so he sent all the warriors under level 9 to hide in the Divine Beast secret territory and the Fire secret territory. She had also returned to the God world. The Eternal Palace was still floating above the Supreme Island. She definitely had to find a way to get her hands on such a treasure. She asked Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu to bring Yu Qingqing, Yao Ji and the rest to join the patrol team. The Soul Emperor Pavilion started to patrol the void near the Divine World's major planes. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was fast, and there were no warriors under level 9 inside. They could enter the material planes at any time, so it was still very safe. Of course, the most important thing was that Xianxia could not figure out Yi Qinghan. Otherwise, he would not dare to act recklessly. Everything was developing in a good direction. As long as Yi Qinghan could get rid of Xianxia, the divine world would be completely stabilized. Yi Qinghan would also rule the world and unify the divine world. Time passed as the Soul Emperor Pavilion and the Beast God Hall flew at high speed. The Beast God, Li Quan, and the rest would occasionally send news from various parts of the divine world back to the reincarnation mystic realm. The divine world had completely stabilized. With Lord Devour overseeing it, the Eternal Palace was taken down without any suspense. Shintu Wuya and the elders of the War God Pavilion were all locked up. During this time, the divine world had changed its surname from Shintu to a big Yi. The demonic beasts in the divine world had a small-scale riot. However, there were 10 level 9 experts overseeing the divine world, so they could easily suppress it. The demonic beasts were originally insufficient, so there was no major harm. The devil that they thought would descend did not come after a long time. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan and the other 3 had been waiting in the reincarnation plane for 1,000 years, but Xianxia still had not appeared. Did Xianxia die inside? The Soul Emperor Pavilion and the Beast God Hall were patrolling nearby, but they did not discover him. The Beast God Fire God Secret Land also did not discover him. According to the information, there are level 9 supreme martial artists and 5 upper level 9 experts in the Water God Secret Land. Xianxia would not go there to die, right? As for flying out of the divine world, it is even more impossible. He will definitely die on the way. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. In the past 1,000 years, although his cold power had recovered a little, he was not stupid enough to follow the Yellow Spring River and enter that dusky space to find Xianxia. Boss, are we going to keep waiting? If Xianxia really died inside, are we going to wait here for the rest of our lives? Xiao He was bored in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The last time the Soul Emperor Pavilion flew over, he stayed beside Yi Qinghan. But after waiting here for a few years, he was bored again, so he transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly at Xiao He. He did not transmit his voice but said solemnly, "Wait for another 3,000 years. If Xianxia still hasn't appeared, you guys go back first. I will continue to guard here. If Xianxia still hasn't come out in 10,000 years, then I will go in and search. If I still can't find him, then Xianxia is probably dead inside." Ice Queen and Zhu Yi Feihu nodded when they heard this. As long as the Divine World Fire God Secret Land and the Beast God Secret Land were fine, it would be fine to cultivate here for close to 10,000 years. Of course, if they had to guard here for tens or millions of years, they would definitely have a headache. If Yi Qinghan cultivated here for 10,000 years, he would have accumulated a certain amount of the power of cold. Even if he went in and met Xianxia, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Then continue to guard here. I'm going to take a nap first. Xiao He was extremely bored. He turned into an illusion and entered the Slaughter God blade on Yi Qinghan's back, sleeping soundly. The martial artists in the Reincarnation Secret Land had been searching for many years. These few lords were like statues, sitting cross-legged at the foot of the Reincarnation Mountain and not moving at all. Although it was weird, they were at ease. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed in peace. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes on time and then closed them again. He started to look into his soul space. With one look he realized that there were new changes in his soul space. The source fragments in his soul space had actually grown slowly over the thousands of years. They covered the soul ocean fragments, causing the entire soul space to look like there were countless stars shining in the night sky. Other than that, there weren't any other changes. The few energies that had turned into countless gusts of wind were still flying around the stars in the sky, as if they would never stop. Why does this scene look so familiar? Yi Qinghan looked a little confused and was pondering about it. His soul suddenly shook and he opened his eyes. The killing intent in his eyes exploded, and his aura shot into the sky, scaring the other three people beside him. Yi Qinghan's body suddenly turned into a shooting star and shot towards the sky. He shouted, "Xianxia has come out. He discovered me and directly came out of the plane through the underground. He is currently escaping towards the tunnel. Chase." Zhu Yi and Ice Queen Yi Feihu's eyes brightened, and they followed Yi Qinghan and shot out of the void. The four of them flew out of the void and saw that Xianxia had just entered the tunnel. He obviously noticed them, but he didn't dare to fight them. Instead he ran for his life. "Xianxia, you can't escape." Yi Qinghan's divine power increased and he shouted. He crushed the 3 jade talismans in his hands. According to the secret signal, he immediately notified the beast god, Jida, and Lord Devour. After a while, Yi Qinghan realized that one of the green jade talismans in his hands had shattered. He was elated and smiled. "Yi Feihu, take me and chase him slowly. I don't want to waste my cold energy. The beast god is not far from us and he will catch up with us soon. Let's go to the beast god palace now. In this endless void we can exhaust him to death." In the endless void, although Yi Feihu and the others were slower than Xianxia, Yi Qinghan's divine sense was strong, and it could easily spread thousands of miles. Xianxia couldn't escape in a short time. As expected, after chasing for an hour, a black palace flew over from the left and pulled everyone in. Yi Qinghan laughed as soon as he entered and said to the beast god, "Chase him at full speed. I will use the soul destroyer to disturb him. In this endless void we can exhaust him to death with the space-shattering saber current." However, the beast god didn't show any joy. Instead he said seriously, "Little Han, we can't waste time. I just came back from the immortal world and the demon world is attacking the immortal world on a large scale. We must kill Xianxia as soon as possible and go to the immortal world. Otherwise the immortal world will be destroyed by the demon army." Chapter 1267. The Devil Legion is attacking the divine world? How many devil monarchs are there? Yi Qinghan was also frightened. The beast god's strength was comparable to an ordinary 9th grade supreme martial artist, yet he was so nervous. One could imagine how dangerous the divine world situation was. The beast god hurriedly said, "Many, all of them are lower grade 9 devil monarchs. These devil monarchs are all hiding. There are at least 5 of them. The demonic aura of the immortal world has become incomparably dense. Once the immortal world's demonic aura reaches a certain level, even stronger devil monarchs will descend. It seems like the demon world will not rest until the immortal world is destroyed." Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and made a decision. Full speed ahead. Kill Xianxia first. There should be no big problem with Lord Devour and the 10 devil monarchs. If we can't kill Xianxia in 10 days, all of you will return. I will go after him alone. The immortal world was the foundation of everyone. If the immortal world was destroyed and occupied by the fiend world would be destroyed. If the divine world was destroyed and occupied by the devil world would start attacking all material planes, medium-sized planes and secret realms. All the divine world's warriors and living beings would become demonic humans and demonic beasts. The divine world would disappear in the dust of Pangeia's history. Hearing this, everyone felt that Yi Qinghan's plan was feasible. Although they were worried, they stopped thinking about it and prepared to kill Xianxia first. After all, if Xianxia escaped, the danger would be equally great. Divine energy burst forth from the beast god's entire body. The supreme spiritual treasure, the beast god temple, flashed with light instantly, turning into a shooting star that pierced through the sky. Its speed suddenly doubled, reaching the speed of an ordinary 9th grade supreme martial artist. Yi Qinghan did not stop. He immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His powerful divine sense spread out and locked onto Xianxia's soul sea. He used his golden soul threads to attack it. At this moment he did not need to control his flight or worry about the space-shattering saber current. He only needed to focus on the soul-destroying attack. It was extremely powerful. Although Xianxia's soul sea was protected by the primal chaos energy and origin energy, the golden soul threads could penetrate through every pore. Xianxia was running for his life. If he was distracted to resist the soul-destroying attack, his speed would be affected. If he was not distracted, the golden soul threads could pierce into his soul sea. How could Xianxia not be distracted? The answer was no. If the golden soul threads were to pierce through, Xianxia's soul sea would become chaotic and he would be finished. Therefore Xianxia's speed gradually slowed down, and started to match the Beast Divine Temple's speed. Elder Ancestor, turn to the left and fly in a straight line. There are space-shattering saber currents ahead. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes and said something. Then he immediately closed his eyes and continued to use Soul Extinguisher to interfere. Sure enough, an earth-shattering spatial blade current whistled over from the front. Xianxia was unable to dodge and could only face it head-on. However, Beast God had received a hint from Yi Qinghan. He had flown hundreds of thousands of li to the left before continuing forward, avoiding the attack of the spatial blade-shattering current. The spatial blade-shattering current was like countless blades, shooting at Xianxia's body, causing his speed to slow down once more. The Beast God Hall and Xianxia's speed were pulled closer by tens of thousands of miles. Alright. Good. If there were a dozen more spatial-shattering blade flows, we would be able to catch up to Xianxia. Beast God's small eyes were filled with excitement. Ice Queen and Zhu Yifeihu's eyes were also shining brightly. Xianxia was like a blade hanging above their heads. If they didn't kill Xianxia, none of them would be able to feel at ease. Xianxia is definitely going to die this time. There aren't any medium-sized planes or space whirlpools nearby. Let's see where he can escape to. Beast God looked around and was even more delighted. He had roamed around the God world for thousands of years, and he was extremely familiar with the surrounding areas. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen Yifeihu rubbed their palms when they heard this. They were all prepared to attack and wipe out this problem. A day later, Xianxia was hit by 3 space-shattering blade flows. The distance between Beast God Hall and Xianxia was reduced to 5 million miles. 3 days later, Xianxia was hit by 12 space-shattering blade flows. The distance between Beast God Hall and Xianxia was reduced to 2 million miles. 5 days later, Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened. He hollered, "Prepare to attack." A space-shattering blade flow whizzed over. Xianxia couldn't avoid being swept within. Beast God Hall dodged it once again under Yi Qinghan's warning. The distance between them had been pulled to hundreds of thousands of miles. Attack! Yi Qinghan hollered. The gates of Beast God Hall opened and the 4 of them instantly shot out of Beast God Hall. Yi Qinghan circulated his cold power Fire God battle armor protecting his body. His long hair danced in the wind. 10 god-slaying spears appeared from the void along with scar-like space cracks, bringing with them a destructive aura. They turned into 10 streaks of lightning, bringing with them an unstoppable aura as they shot forward. 1,000-layer waves. Zhu Yi's eyes were like cold stars, her charming body was filled with killing intent. Her green robe made her seem like a goddess that had descended to the world. In front of her, the power of space condensed into 1,000 layers of monstrous waves, covering the earth as they roared toward Xianxia. Ice World Destruction. Ice Queen's face flushed even brighter than peach blossoms. Her hands danced and her body danced. Under her snow-white dress, it made her look even more beautiful. As she danced in the dark void, snow and wind fell from the void. These snow and wind quickly condensed into hundreds of millions of small icicles, and the small icicles quickly fused into dozens of large icicles, shooting towards Xianxia from all directions. Yi Feihu and the Beast God also made their moves, conjuring up beasts that were several thousand meters tall. Beast God controlled the Beast God Hall to appear in front of Xianxia. The 5 of them formed a fan shape and surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia had no way out of this place. Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan. Xianxia's hair was disheveled and his face was vicious. He gave off a brutal aura like an injured beast that was about to die. Although he had chaos energy, he suffered a lot in the space whirlpool. The moment he came out, he was chased by Yi Qinghan. During these few days he suffered from Yi Qinghan's soul destruction attacks, causing his soul to nearly collapse. As the distance got closer, his heart became more and more filled with despair and rage. Now that he was finally caught up, the only hope in his heart had turned into despair. He roared out in rage. His source energy and chaos energy protected his body. The power of space condensed into a few thousand-meter-long golden sword. It ignored everyone's attacks and locked onto Yi Qinghan. The golden sword slashed through the void and smashed down. Honglong. The attacks of the 5 of them smashed onto Xianxia first. He spat out fresh blood and flew back tens of thousands of miles like a cannonball. In the void, the destructive joint attack of the 5 tore open a 10,000-meter-long crack. A huge firework over 10,000 meters bloomed in the sky. It was extremely beautiful. Xianxia's deathbed struggle did not cause the slightest bit of harm to Yi Qinghan. The fire god's heart on Yi Qinghan's forehead flashed, and with a teleportation she easily dodged the shocking slash of the golden greatsword. Although the joint attack of the 5 was fierce, chaos energy was the greatest reliance of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. It was the strongest power a martial artist could possess in this world. Although Xianxia's bones and flesh were shattered, his divine crystal and soul sea were not damaged. At this moment he was using chaos divine crystals to heal his injuries while running for his life. Chase. When Yi Qinghan saw Xianxia's speed, which even Yi Feihu could not match up to, his star-like eyes lit up. He turned into a flickering shadow and shot forward. He shouted, "Xianxia, you have nowhere to run. Either surrender and offer your soul fire or die." Chapter 1268. If I submit, I will be glorious. If you want me to be your dog, I would rather die. Yi Qinghan, don't force me. If you push me too far, I will perish together with you. Xianxia was covered in blood. The muscles on his face trembled. His eyes were filled with fierceness, more ferocious than a wolf. As he escaped, he turned to stare at Yi Qinghan and roared. "Do you think you are qualified to perish together with me?" Yi Qinghan let out a long laugh, but he was secretly shocked. Primal Chaos Chi was the strongest energy a martial artist could possess. Of course, his power of frost was definitely stronger than Chaotic Chi. But if Xianxia detonated the Chaotic Divine Crystal and ignited the Chaotic Chi within, the power would definitely be devastating. He had the Fire God battle armor and the power of frost. He might be able to escape, but what about the Beast God and the rest? The divine world was facing an unprecedented calamity. If the Beast God and the rest were all killed in the explosion, it would be damned. Yi Qinghan guessed Xianxia's thoughts. He transmitted a message to the Beast God and the rest to slow down. As expected, Xianxia's expression changed. Yi Qinghan sneered, "If you want to self-detonate, go ahead. See if you can kill me with it." Yi Qinghan, Xianxia was in complete despair. He scanned the surroundings and saw only one material plane in front of him. Knowing that there was no way to escape, he stopped running. He stood in the void, his eyes filled with despair. He was like a dying wolf howling in despair. Yi Qinghan stood 10,000 miles away from Xianxia. He was afraid that Xianxia would attack him before he died. He pondered for a moment and shouted, "Xianxia, you will die today. But, do you want to die without descendants? You have been a hero for your entire life. Don't you want to leave something behind in the divine world? Both of your sons are in my hands, Xianxia, and the youngest son hidden in a small mystic realm, Xianxia. Xianxia has already told me. At this moment they are already under my control. Do you want them to die with you?" Wuya, this idiot, this stupid pig. Yi Qinghan, you're so vicious, so vicious. Xianxia's face was filled with shock, his eyes filled with fear, and then he roared in a tyrannical manner, "You want me to be your sole slave? No way. I lost. Wuya, and the others have no meaning to live, so let's die together." Wrong. Yi Qinghan feared that Xianxia would self-detonate, so he hurriedly shouted, "I don't want you to be my sole slave. I can also swear a divine emperor blood oath to ensure that your 2 sons can live well. I only want you to teach me a divine ability. I can give you a dignified death." "What divine ability?" Xianxia was taken aback and asked doubtfully. Behind them, the beast deity and the others were also bewildered. They did not know what Yi Qinghan was up to. Couldn't he just kill him and be done with it? Yi Qinghan said coldly, The great possession art is the divine ability you use to seize another person's body. Xiao He was forced to use the soul-devouring transformation because of you, and now he has become a soul body. If he can reincarnate, I can give you a dignified death and ensure that your 2 sons can live well. Hey, that's a soul-devouring beast, huh? You can forget about that. My great possession art is only temporary. After a long time the body will rot automatically. Xianxia laughed coldly and shook his head. Seeing Yi Qinghan's ice-cold expression and the 10 God-Slayer spears condensed again, and the beast deity and the others formed a fan shape and slowly surrounded them, Xianxia knew that they were about to make a move, so he laughed even more impudently and said, "Soul-devouring beast, back then when the old soul-devouring beast seized my chaos divine crystal, this little soul-devouring beast saved your life. If not for this little soul-devouring beast, would I have fallen to such a state? You want to resurrect that soul-devouring beast? Don't even think about it, haha. I've been a hero for a lifetime. I don't need you to give me a dignified death. Won't I die myself? Don't even think about it if you want my chaos divine crystal. Ah. Retreat." Yi Qinghan saw white flames burning on Xianxia's body and immediately shouted. His body suddenly retreated, and the beast deity and the others also hurriedly retreated. The self-detonation of a peak 9th grade supreme martial artist would definitely destroy the world. With their small bodies they would definitely die if they touched it. Ah. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. Xianxia's body was burning with flames and he flew towards them while laughing wildly. His face was hideous and terrifying. It seemed like he was planning to self-detonate and drag everyone down with him. Even if he died, he wouldn't let them have an easy time. Suddenly, Xianxia's laughter stopped and his body also stopped. The white flames on his body also retracted, and his eyes suddenly shot towards the material plane on the left. Yi Qinghan and the others were also alarmed. When they looked in that direction, all of their expressions changed. Outside that material plane, there was suddenly a sky full of black airflow, and then an evil and cold aura suddenly enveloped the surrounding void. Evil aura. This material plane is the transfer plane of the demon realm. Yi Qinghan and the beast deity looked at each other and cried out involuntarily. One of the material planes of the divine realm was occupied by the demon realm, and there was a demon monarch guarding it. The 9th grade martial artists of the divine realm could not enter, nor could they exterminate it. They did not expect it to be this plane. At this moment, the evil aura was surging towards the direction of the divine realm, covering the sky and earth. Obviously, there was an army of countless demons about to launch a large-scale attack. Haha. Demons. Demons. I don't want to die. I would rather become a demon. I want to attack the divine realm with the demons and tear you all apart. I will turn the divine realm into a world of demons. Haha, I can live for eternity. Xianxia suddenly laughed, his face twisted in a sickly manner. Then, under the shocked gazes of Yi Qinghan and the others, he actually shot towards the evil aura in the distance, and his whole body actually did not have the slightest bit of origin energy or chaos chi to protect his body. Xianxia actually wanted to take the initiative to be invaded by the evil aura, become a creature of the demon realm, and rely on the power of the demon realm to take revenge on Yi Qinghan and the others. Chase. Yi Qinghan and the others were greatly frightened. Whether Xianxia wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape, or become a creature of the demon realm, it was not the ending they wanted. In the history of the divine realm, there was no case of a 9th grade martial artist being demonized by the evil aura. They also did not know if Xianxia could maintain his original strength and intelligence after taking the initiative to be demonized. If he could maintain it, he would have the ability to be unkillable as long as the body of a creature of the demon realm was not destroyed. Then it would really be King Hell. Within the overwhelming evil aura, there were countless creatures of the demon realm, and there were even 9th grade demons. At this moment, just as they left the transit plane and were preparing to rush towards the divine realm, they discovered 6 divine realm powerhouses flying towards them. Moreover, each of them had a terrifying aura, and were definitely at the 9th grade martial artist level. The 2 9th grade demon monarchs and the countless Azura kings were immediately frightened into turning around, flying back towards the material plane. But while the Azura kings and demon monarchs had intelligence, the abyssal demon kings did not. Seeing the human martial artists flying towards them, they immediately roared and flew towards Xianxia. Yi Qinghan and the others had retreated several million miles because of Xianxia's self-detonation. By the time they caught up, Xianxia had already been enveloped by the evil aura. Chapter 1269. Hiss. Ao. Woo. A series of ghostly howls came from the demonic aura. Vaguely, Xianxia's blood-red eyes could be seen as he raised his head and howled. His entire body was surrounded by demonic aura, and black scales could be seen growing on his skin. Not good. Attack with all your might. Xianxia has demonized. With the ability of a devil monarch, we can forget about killing him. Disperse all the demonic aura in the surroundings. Don't let Xianxia have a chance to escape. Yi Qinghan's expression changed drastically and he roared loudly. His voice shook the heavens and 10 God-Slayer spears shot forward. Wherever they passed, the demonic aura melted, revealing ferocious-looking demonic creatures with blood-red eyes and bearing their fangs and claws. The beast god and the others hurriedly attacked with all their might, using all kinds of methods to smash at the demonic creatures in all directions. 1,000 layers of waves like a huge tide caused by a tsunami, roared and surged forward. Wherever they passed, the demonic aura melted and the demonic creatures turned into dust. Snow and ice fell from the sky, turning into millions of icicles that fell from the 9 heavens, smashing into the demonic army that covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Beast god Yi Feihu controlled 2 strange beasts, and like a magnificent army, they charged into the demonic army, purifying the void wherever they passed. Boom boom boom. Countless deafening explosions reverberated in everyone's ears. The 5 strongest sovereigns of the immortal realm used shocking methods and attacked with all their might. How powerful was that? The scene in the void was extremely spectacular, shocking everyone. Countless explosions sounded, and in the void the cracks in the space were torn and healed. The layers of space shook like ripples, spreading in all directions continuously. At this moment even the void was trembling, and at this moment the color of heaven and earth changed. At this moment even the stars in the sky were overshadowed. In just an instant millions of demonic creatures turned into dust, and the demonic aura that enveloped a radius of 1,000,000 miles was shaken off, dissolving into heaven and earth. In the void there was only a Xianxia covered in blood, his body limp, not a single bone or muscle intact, trembling and roaring. Yi Qinghan and the others' attacks came just in time. Xianxia hadn't been completely demonized, but he was now heavily injured. Half of his demonization was gone, and he didn't have any demonic aura, so he couldn't continue demonizing. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was curled into a ball like a dog, howling and whimpering. His primal chaos divine crystal has been demonized, but his soul sea has not been completely demonized. What a waste of a primal chaos divine crystal. Yi Qinghan's spiritual consciousness immediately probed it and sighed helplessly. The 4 people beside him also revealed looks of pity. If this soul emperor divine crystal was given to any one of them, they could still become an ordinary 9th grade supreme martial artist. Now that the primal chaos divine crystal had been demonized, who would dare to refine it? Alas, I was wrong. I originally thought that Xianxia's possession divine ability would be able to help Xiao He possess and reconstruct his true body. If I had killed him earlier, this chaotic divine crystal wouldn't have been wasted. That's right. Xiao He. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to kill Xianxia, he suddenly thought of something. His body shook and he became ecstatic. He shouted, Xiao He can devour this primal chaos divine crystal. Xiao He, come out. Devour Xianxia for me. Yi Qinghan flipped his hand, and the slaughter god's saber appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand out of thin air. Then a phantom image shot out happily. It turned into a gust of wind and swept forward, enveloping the blood-red unconscious Xianxia, who was howling in a low voice. Xianxia's body instantly turned into dust, assimilated and devoured by the gust of wind. Finally, his head and limbs were all devoured, leaving behind a primal chaos divine crystal that was emitting a white glow. However, there was a black aura surrounding it and it was releasing a dense and domineering energy. They watched as Xiao He slowly devoured the primal chaos divine crystal. Yi Qinghan was silent. The beast deity was silent. The ice queen of Zhu Yi Feihu was silent. The 5 of them looked at the primal chaos divine crystal that was slowly disappearing into the sky with complicated expressions. Hundreds of emotions surfaced in their hearts. An ambitious person of his generation, a lord of the divine world, a ninth-grade supreme martial artist. Today he was finally dead. He had completely disappeared into the sky. Xianxia was dead. He did not die in the dimensional war. He did not die in the hands of the experts from the other dimensions. He died in the hands of his own people from the divine world. This was a laughable matter. This was a very sad matter. In the ancient world-destroying war, the experts of the divine world were basically all dead, and their civilization was almost annihilated. In the ancient times, the divine world, which had shaken the entire Pan realm, was now in a state of decline. If not for a battle emperor, a peerless restriction genius, the divine world would have long been occupied by the demonic plane. The people of the divine world did not know how to unite as one, did not know how to gather their strength, and did not know how to fight for supremacy. Instead, they were fighting amongst themselves, exhausting each other's strength. If news of this spread out, the experts from the other dimensions would definitely laugh their heads off. Perhaps the divine world would be completely destroyed by the demonic plane's attack this time. Perhaps the divine realm would suffer a crushing defeat in the next planar war. Perhaps it would not be long before the divine world became history. At this moment, a peak figure of the divine world, an ambitious person of his generation, an overlord, had died in the hands of his own people. Yiqinghan and the others felt that this was extremely funny and extremely sad. Although they had been impatient to kill Xianxia many times in their hearts. But when Xianxia really died, they still felt a kind of emptiness, an inexplicable sadness, and an inexplicable loneliness. But did they have a choice? No. They had no choice. From the moment Xianxia killed the battle emperor, Yiqinghan had no choice. From the moment the soul emperor died, Yiqinghan had no choice. He was forced to fight. He had no choice but to fight with his back against the river, and if he did not win, he would die. He had always been a peace-loving person. He had always wanted to live a comfortable life. His biggest dream was to fish, play chess, and have sex with his wives. However, the heavens always teased him time and time again. He could only grit his teeth and fight. The pain, the struggle, and the fight were all for the sake of protecting his family and himself. Today he finally stood at the peak of martial artists. He finally killed his enemy with his own hands. But seeing Xianxia's chaos crystal disappear bit by bit, why did Yiqinghan feel a sense of emptiness in his heart? Just like when he was having sex with a woman after the eruption, he felt so empty, so lonely. Xiao He finally finished devouring Xianxia's chaos divine crystal. He turned into a gust of wind and shot back. While he was still on the way, he condensed his original body and laughed with ecstasy. Boss. We finally killed Xianxia, we finally succeeded. We can finally go home. Succeeded, can we go home? Yiqinghan muttered to himself and shook his head, trying to get rid of the indescribable emotions in his heart. A gratified smile appeared on his face as he let out a long sigh. He nodded his head heavily and said firmly, "Go home, yes. Go home. Let's go home." Everyone was shocked and the beast deity shouted, "Yes. Go back quickly. The divine realm is still in an extremely dangerous situation." Chapter 1270. The situation in the divine world was not optimistic. Lord Devour brought Emo Shanghuang, the Blood Knight Monarch, the Wind Moon Monarch, the Yenran Monarch, the Hidden Monarch, and the three monarchs of the small mysterious realm Jida back to the divine world. They immediately attacked the Supreme Island and asked the Blood Monarch and Emo Shanghuang to lure Wuxia out. They took down the Eternal Palace and all the elders of the War God Pavilion. The monarchs of the continents returned to their respective continents. Wind and Moon Monarch Jida, the monarch of the Wind and Moon continent, had regained the ruling rights of the Grace continent, Wind and Moon continent. Lord Devour had asked the Hidden Monarch to control the Southern Mountain continent. Then Lord Devour announced that Xianxia had been killed. The divine world would no longer belong to Xiantu but to Yi. Once the news was out, the divine world was in an uproar. People's hearts were shaken and voices of shock could be heard everywhere. How could Yiqinghan kill Xianxia, who was a peak 9th grade supreme martial artist? Moreover, Yiqinghan had yet to show up. Xianxia said that Yiqinghan was killed by him. Moreover, Yiqinghan had only cultivated for 10,000 years. How could he reach 9th grade supreme martial artist? This was simply impossible. All the monarchs who returned made the announcement in unison. The Blood Knight monarch Emo Shanghuang, the Wind Moon monarch and Yen Ran monarch had ruled the continents for hundreds of thousands of years. Although Jita had been gone for 10,000 years, his influence was still there. The big families of the continents were still doubtful, but they did not dare to say anything. Just as the divine world changed masters in one day and people were shaken, all the demonic beasts went on a rampage overnight. It had been more than 10,000 years since the last rampage, and the number of demonic beasts in the divine world had increased. The speed of their evolution was too fast. Some time ago, the immortal realm was not in the mood to attend to the battle between Xianxia and Yi Qinghan. Thus, the demonic beasts went on a rampage overnight. Their momentum was rather great, and the entire city was filled with red-eyed demonic beasts overnight. Lord Devour immediately ordered all the monarchs to suppress them, and he personally led the army to the Star Sea. Although Lord Devour's competence was at the lower level 9 realm, because of her relationship with Yi Qinghan, her position was above tens of thousands of people. None of the 9th grade sovereigns dared to disobey. Even the sovereigns were obedient. Would the legions and great clans dare to disobey? Furthermore, after the previous demonic beast rampage, the cultivators of the firmament world had gained some experience in dealing with demonic beasts. The experts of the various continents and the big families were all mobilized, and in the shortest time possible, the demonic beast army was exterminated. Just as the demonic beasts calmed down, the devil army arrived. This time, the Fiend Legion's arrival was very turbulent. In just 2 hours, countless places in the God world were covered in dark clouds. It was clear that the Fiend realm had planned and prepared for a long time, and had paid an incomparably high price. At the same time, they had sent countless fiend demons to take the immortal realm by surprise. At first it was just a group of devils, which was harmless, so Lord Devour didn't pay much attention to it. After all, the divine world had been unified, and all the cultivators of the divine world had been suppressed together, so there wasn't much danger. However, what made Lord Devour and the others dumbstruck was the descent of the demons. This time was incomparably strange. Billions of devils descended, but they didn't crazily attack the divine world's warriors. Quite the contrary, they started to kill each other. As soon as the Azura Kings appeared in the divine world, they started to kill the low-grade devils. As the Azura Kings were as strong as the venerables of the divine world, it was easy for them to kill the low-grade devils. In just a blink of an eye, countless low-grade devils were smashed into powder, vanishing from heaven and earth. When the news reached the ears of the great sovereigns, they were all thrilled. The Fiend Realm's creatures were killing each other and they were going to watch a good show. Thus, the great armies that they had gathered surrounded the Fiend Legion, waiting to watch a good show. When the news reached Lord Devour's ears, he felt that something wasn't right. The Fiend Legion had traveled tens of thousands of miles and paid a huge price to teleport to the transfer plane near the divine world. Then they had descended to the divine world. Did they come to the divine world to kill each other? Did they want to watch a good show? However, Lord Devour didn't understand it at first. Moreover, in the battle with the Fiend Legion he had killed 3,000 enemies and lost 800 of his own. If they wanted to kill each other, he would let them do it for a while. Lord Devour's hesitation had led to a big problem. Countless low-level fiend devils were killed, their bodies and their fiend devil auras, vanishing into the vital energy of the god world. In just one day and one night, the density of the demonic aura in the divine world had reached a frightening level. When Lord Devour woke up and sent the message to all the sovereign kings to suppress it, it was too late. The second demon legion had arrived. There weren't many demons that had descended this time, only tens of thousands of them. However, there were several powerful evil demons hiding inside. All of them were devil monarchs. After the devil monarch quietly descended, he did not start the battle. Instead, he hid within the demonic aura. Demon monarchs were bestowed with the power of darkness by the laws of heaven and earth. Their bodies could hide in the aura of demons. As long as their bodies were not destroyed, they were practically immortal. Lord Devour had wiped out the Devil Legion, but at least 5 devil monarchs were still hiding in the divine world. They hadn't shown up even once. Thousands of Azura Kings had been killed, but they hadn't even appeared once. In fact, the people of the divine realm didn't know much about the creatures of the demon realm. The demon monarchs still had a heaven-defying ability that no one in the divine realm knew about. They could slowly transform the heaven and earth's essence energy into demonic aura. With several devil monarchs hiding in the divine realm, the demonic aura in the divine realm didn't decrease. Instead, it became thicker and thicker. As long as the demonic aura thickened to a certain degree, the devil legion would descend again and more devil monarchs would be hiding. Then slowly, all the devil monarchs could descend and hide. Most importantly, the thick demonic aura had started to invade the low-level warriors of the divine realm. In just 3 months, countless low-level warriors of the divine realm had been demonized. Lord Devour's wisdom was unparalleled, but facing this method he was helpless. He could only ask the beast god to go through Yi Qinghan and send all the low-level warriors to the material plane. The divine realm was covered in dark clouds. Because the divine realm had changed its leader, people were anxious. Now it was as if the end of the world had come. Once the Devil Legion descended a few more times, the Devil Monarchs would continue to infiltrate. With the 10 low-level 9th grade Devil Monarchs of the Divine Realm, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. When they successfully rescued the 3 Devil Supremes, the Divine Realm would become the territory of the Demon Realm. Billions of citizens of the Divine Realm would become demons. Finally, the Divine Realm would disappear in the dust of Pangeia's history. Countless mortal realm warriors were sent to the material planes through the teleportation formations of the continents. Then the heavenly god warriors also started to be teleported. The shields of the cities in the divine realm were all activated. No one dared to leave the city. Countless heavenly god warriors stood in the plaza, waiting to be teleported. They looked at the faint black sky in the sky, their hearts gloomy. So what if they went to the material planes? Once the divine realm fell, could all the medium secret realms of the material planes survive? Without the divine realm, where could they escape to? In billions of years, the old divine realm was facing its second most severe crisis. In the ancient times, the divine realm had almost been destroyed. Would he be able to get through this by a fluke? Chapter 1271. What? Odila and the others have successfully infiltrated the divine realm? There are only 10 9th grade lower overlords in the divine realm? Divine Emperor, how is this possible? In the northernmost Auguland of the demon realm, Monarch Aogu was in the city. The great monarch Aogu had just received a secret message from the divine realm and was shocked. His originally dark face was now covered in malevolent scales due to his agitation, making him look even more terrifying. The Shura king who had sent the message immediately shouted excitedly, "Yes, great ancestor demon, this news is absolutely true. Ancestor demon, please immediately give the order to attack the divine realm and rescue the 3 old demon ancestors. Occupy the divine realm. Spread our great demon aura across the entire divine realm." That's right. Monarch Aogu had finally broken through the demon supreme after thousands of years and became another supreme demon ancestor of the demon realm. After Aogu became an ancestor demon, it only took him a few months to unify the demon realm. In fact, this time Aogu did not really want to conquer the divine realm. Although he had unified the demon realm with the strength of the demon supreme, the demon monarchs below him might have surrendered on the surface, but there were undercurrents surging in the dark. His prestige had not been established and was not enough to command the masses. He had only intended to put on a show so that the people of the demon realm would know that he was the master of the demon realm. So he sent a few demon monarchs who had always been at odds with him to the divine realm. Under the guise of rescuing the 3 ancestor demons, they took back the sacred weapon Slaughter God Blade. Unexpectedly, they succeeded. Aogu actually did not know that Otto Odila and the others were just lucky. The situation in the divine realm was extremely complicated at the moment, and there were only 10 9th grade lower overlords. If there were 9th grade supremes, once the demon monarchs arrived, they would immediately suppress them and would not have been able to hide so easily. Aogu paced back and forth in the hall. He did not really want to attack the divine realm. If he rescued the 3 old things, the demon realm would no longer be his world. But at this moment, with such a heaven-sent opportunity, if he did not attack, he would be destroyed by the heavens. The demon realm had won the last planar war, and it just so happened that the divine realm was defeated. The 2 planes were adjacent, and the demon realm had the opportunity to attack the divine realm. Unfortunately, the War Emperor's restrictions were too high, and the demon realm was completely wiped out. If they didn't attack now, they would have waited until the immortal world gathered its strength and won the next planar war, then they would be able to rid themselves of their status as the defeated plane. The demon realm would not have the chance to attack the divine realm. the 3 ancestral fiends would be forever suppressed in the divine world's sin abyss. Aogu also thought that if he could rescue the 3 ancestor fiends and conquer the divine world, his prestige would reach unprecedented heights. So what if the 3 ancestor fiends returned? After all, weren't the 3 ancestral fiends suppressed and sealed after conquering the divine world? A moment later, Aogu finally made up his mind and shouted, "Issue the ancestor demon token. Summon all the monarchs of the holy world to Aogu City and open the Saint Transmission Array. Gather all the transmission energy in the holy world and send all the monarchs to the divine world. We will use the entire sacred world's strength to invade and occupy the divine world." With Aogu's order, the news from the divine world spread throughout the entire demon world. Suddenly, the entire demon world went into an uproar, all of them preparing for war, preparing to attack the divine world. "Xiaohei, how do you feel? After swallowing the primal chaos divine crystal, is it possible for you to evolve again?" The beast god shrine tore through the void and flew towards the divine world at full speed. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered, he immediately sent his divine sense into the slaughter god blade and discovered that Xiaohei was not asleep. Instead, he was grinning at him. "It feels wonderful, but the power of this primal chaos divine crystal is too strong. I can't refine it in a short time, so I can only slowly refine it. I wonder if I can evolve again after refining it?" Xiaohei's divine sense immediately probed Jiang Yi, and he smiled as he transmitted his voice. "You can definitely evolve, you can definitely evolve." Yi Qinghan hurriedly comforted him. Xianxia was dead and the soul-stealing secret technique was in vain. Xiaohei's soul had always been the thing that Yi Qinghan felt the most guilty about. Killing Xianxia did not give him the pleasure he had imagined. Instead, he felt empty. The reason why the soul-stealing secret technique could not restore Xiaohei was also a large part of the reason. "Hehe, big brother, you don't have to worry. Even if I can't evolve this time, at worst I can keep devouring experts and keep evolving. Maybe I can recover my real body after a few more evolutions." Xiaohei had an extremely optimistic personality. Sensing the guilt in Yi Qinghan's heart, he comforted Yi Qinghan instead. As he spoke, he also felt that it was feasible. After all, he had evolved twice now and his strength was constantly improving. His devouring ability was also getting stronger and stronger. If he could evolve a few more times, he might really have the ability to transform. When Yi Qinghan heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. He transmitted his voice excitedly, "Yes. Yes. Now that Xianxia is dead, the immortal realm is Big Brother's world. With Big Brother's strength, you don't have to fear any 9th grade supreme martial artist now. At worst, I can bring you to the dimensional battlefield in the future and devour a large number of experts, forcing you to evolve continuously. Xiaohei, Big Brother will definitely help you recover your real body. Even if the dimensional battlefield turns into a bloodbath and the fields are littered with corpses, I won't hesitate." Xiaohei grinned and said, "Hehe, Big Brother treats me the best. Big Brother, you go ahead and do what you need to do. I will refine the energy in the Chaos Divine Crystal first." Yi Qinghan withdrew his divine sense from the slaughter god saber and started to think carefully. Xiaohei's soul was extremely strange. He had evolved twice in a row. At this moment, he could easily devour an upper 9th grade martial artist. If he refined this Chaos Divine Crystal this time and evolved again, he might be able to defeat an upper 9th grade martial artist. Since Xiaohei could evolve again and again, it meant that Xiaohei was very likely to evolve into a 9th grade supreme martial artist. It was also very likely that he would be able to develop some divine abilities. For example, transformation. After all, Xiaohei had become like this after devouring the dog specter. And the dog specter was evolved from the slaughter god saber. "When I return to the heavenly realm, I will suppress the demon realm. I will accumulate the power of cold. When I return to the dimensional battlefield, I will bring Xiaohei on a killing spree. I will let him devour countless martial artists until he regains his true form. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will fight for it." Yi Qinghan made up his mind and felt extremely relaxed. He walked out of the room and walked towards the hall where the beast deity and the others were. Yi Qinghan walked into the hall and saw that the 4 of them were there. He nodded at them and asked the beast deity, "Ancestor, what was the situation like when you returned from the heavenly realm?" The beast deity pondered for a moment and said, "There are more than 5 devil monarchs hiding in the heavenly realm. These devil monarchs can actually assimilate the heaven and earth yuan qi. The demonic aura in the heavenly realm is getting thicker and thicker, but we can't find the Devil Monarch's clones. Some of the ordinary martial artists in the Heavenly Realm have already been demonized. Zai, the Heavenly Realm is in danger this time. Ice Queen Zhu Yifei, who also frowned. During this period of time she had discussed with the beast deity in detail. However, they were still at their wits' end. They couldn't find the true bodies of the Devil Monarchs. They were powerful, but they could only watch as the Heavenly Realm fell bit by bit. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and waved his hand. He grinned and said, "Don't worry. As long as the Heavenly Realm's martial artists are not demonized on a large scale, it will be fine. When I return to the Heavenly Realm I can easily suppress these Devil Monarchs. Demon Realm, hehe. No matter how many Devil Monarchs come I will kill them all." Chapter 1272. The moment Yi Qinghan said that, the four of them shook. They didn't know what to do. Yi Qinghan actually dared to boast like that. They understood Yi Qinghan's personality and knew that he wasn't one to boast. Beast God asked nervously, "Oh? Little Han, are you confident that you can kill a demon king?" Hehe. Yi Qinghan smiled mysteriously, then said leisurely, "Sir Devour Kid and I used to go to the demon territory. We've killed so many creatures of the demon territory. Hehe, don't worry with me here, no matter how many of them come they will all die." Ice Queen thought of something. She remembered that Yi Qinghan had a weird blade. Her eyes flashed and she looked towards Yi Qinghan for confirmation. Seeing that Yi Qinghan nodded, Ice Queen's ice-cold face blushed. She smiled. "Don't worry, Lord Han Yi definitely has the ability." That's good, that's good." Beast God rubbed his hands. His small eyes squinted into a line. His dry face smiled, revealing many wrinkles like tree bark. If outsiders saw him like this, no one would think that he was a peak expert whose overall strength was comparable to a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Then Beast God suddenly thought of something and his expression became nervous. He sent a message. "Little Han, you must have used up a lot of your cold energy, right? There are many demon kings, are you confident that you can kill them all?" Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled. He replied, "I don't need to use up my cold energy. This is too complicated to explain. Anyway, we will reach the God world soon. You will know when you see it for yourself." Beast God was at ease after getting confirmation from Yi Qinghan. He controlled the Beast God Hall to fly towards the God world. Yi Qinghan didn't need to cultivate now. His cold energy was increasing automatically. Instead he felt like he had nothing to do. After sitting down and thinking for a while he thought of a question. A strange light flashed in his eyes and he said, "Ancestor, what exactly happened in ancient times? Why was the divine world destroyed? Who was it that destroyed the 10 ancient clans of the God world? Can you sue me now?" Beast God was slightly stunned. He subconsciously glanced at Zhu Yi and Ice Queen like he didn't know what to say. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and said, "Zhu Yi, you are now the patriarch of the Fire God clan, and the Fire God clan was the strongest clan in the divine world in the past. Just say it, Ice Queen isn't an outsider, so I don't think she will leak the secret." Ice Queen wanted to avoid it, but after Yi Qinghan said that, it wasn't appropriate for her to leave. She smiled towards Yi Qinghan gratefully. Her face flushed red like a peach blossom. She looked really tempting. She smiled. "Actually, Bing Mei has guessed a little about what happened in the past, but I don't know if it is true or not. Why not I tell you first?" Bing Mei Yi Qinghan was stunned. The other three also felt a little unnatural. Ice Queen was like an ice sculpture. If you didn't talk to her she would just sit there like an ice mountain. Who knew that she actually had such a flirtatious name? Yi Qinghan looked at the redness on Ice Queen's face and felt the coldness from her body. His heart shook. He thought about how if Ice Queen got on the bed, would her entire body be ice cold when they had sex? However, he thought about how they were talking about serious matters and he was thinking about all this. He couldn't help but feel guilty. He said, "Queen, please speak." Ice Queen paused for a moment and her face turned back to ice cold. She said slowly, "In the ancient era when the God world was at its peak, the 10 races all had grade 9 supreme venerables. The Fire God Beast race and Water God race had more than one grade 9 supreme venerables. I've looked through all the information in ancient history and found that there were 15 9th grade supreme martial artists and dozens of 9th grade experts in the Immortal realm at that time. They participated in numerous planar wars and were unsurprisingly first in points. They obtained many supreme spiritual treasures and their overall strength became even stronger. Back then the divine realm had conquered several major planes, right? The evil demon world was also conquered. However, the demonic aura in the evil demon world wasn't suitable for God world martial artists to live in, which was why they let them off. Beast God, Your Majesty Zhou Yi, am I right? Beast God and Zhou Yi exchanged glances with one another. Beast God continued, you are basically right. However, at their peak, there were actually over 20 Grade 9 Supreme Venerables. As for Grade 9 experts, there were over 100. We've already conquered 18 major planes. See, Yi Qinghan and Yi Feihu, who didn't know, sucked in a deep cold breath. Over 20 Grade 9 Supreme Venerables, many with supreme spiritual treasures, over 100 Grade 9 experts. He ruled over 18 major planes and countless material planes. The strength and power of the God world had actually reached such a terrifying level. Ice Queen was shocked, but it confirmed her thoughts. She said, the God world's strength could be said to be the strongest power in the entire Pan realm. One could say that when the God world was angry, numerous planes would tremble. There were so many experts and they were so powerful. Who else could cause the God world to be wiped out? Kill all the Grade 9 experts? My guess is that, given the circumstances at the time, the God world would only have been destroyed if all the experts of the planes in the Coiling realm joined forces to attack it. However, the space blade-shattering current in the endless space was an uncrossable gap. Moreover, each plane had different races and it was hard for them to work together. This was pretty much impossible. So I concluded that there was only one possibility for the God world to be wiped out. God Emperor Supreme. When Ice Queen said the last 4 words, Yi Qinghan and Beast God Zhou Yi's expressions turned solemn. Yi Feihu's mouth opened wide as he looked at Ice Queen in disbelief. Zhou Yi and Beast God could read the records of their race. Although they didn't witness what happened, they guessed it. As for Yi Qinghan, he came to a conclusion when Battle Emperor's remnant soul dissipated, which was why he wasn't surprised at all. The atmosphere in the Beast God Hall became really tense. This matter had been a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. In the past, Beast God and Zhou Yi didn't dare to talk about it to their subordinates. Now that they said it out in the open, everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. God Emperor Supreme. The manager of Pan Realm. The master of Pan Realm. The strongest expert of Pan Realm. Even if Yi Qinghan had the ability to defeat Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artists, facing a God Emperor Supreme, he felt like an ant under the feet of a giant. Although the God world had numerous God Grade Martial Artists, although they all reached the peak of Grade 9. But they all believed that their man was a powerful man who could defy the heavens and change his fate. But God Emperor Supreme. He was a god. The true god of Pan Realm, an unparalleled existence. God Emperor Supreme. Why did he send a divine punishment to destroy the God world? After a long time, Yi Qinghan let out a long breath to ease the pressure in her heart and asked in a deep voice. According to the records of our ancestors, it was because there was a nether race among the 10 ancient races. They liked to kill creatures and extract their souls for cultivation. This nether race killed an entire large plane and trillions of lives. This caused the God Emperor Supreme to be furious and send a divine punishment to destroy the God world. Beast God also let out a long sigh and continued weakly. After the God Emperor Supreme destroyed the world, some of our clansmen luckily escaped. However, they received an order from the God Emperor Supreme. In the future, the 10 ancient races were not allowed to step into the plain battlefield. Otherwise, they would all be killed and the God world would be destroyed again. Therefore, the 3 remaining races hid in the 3 secret realms, struggling at death's door. Yi Qinghan stood up, his face solemn. His gaze passed through the Beast God Hall and looked at the endless void outside. He shook his head slightly and murmured, "The God Emperor Supreme wanted to destroy the world because of killing creatures? You created the rules of the planar wars, but you say others violated your rules? This reason is so laughable. God Emperor Supreme, what kind of existence are you? What do you want?" Chapter 1273. The divine world was getting more and more chaotic. The demonic aura in the air was getting thicker and thicker. Every city had already activated their barriers to prevent the spiritual energy from entering the city. Martial artists below the God Emperor rank were also forbidden from leaving the city. There were no more large-scale incidents of martial artists being demonized. But how many people were there in the divine world? Most of the martial artists in the divine world were low-level martial artists. They were originally staying in their tribes. Now they had all rushed into the cities and the islands. Although there were people everywhere, the streets and roofs were filled with people. They had all settled down. But what did so many people eat? God-rank martial artists did not need to eat. Indeed, God-rank martial artists only needed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The problem was that the barriers were activated. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth could not enter. Moreover, the inside was filled with people. How could there be so much spiritual energy for them to absorb? God-rank martial artists could temporarily use the energy in their bodies to last 5 to 10 years. But if the devil monarch was not killed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would be assimilated. When the divine world was filled with demonic aura, would they still be able to survive? Panic spread like a plague. If one were to fly over every city in the God world right now, they would see many faces filled with despair and many pairs of eyes filled with fear. The superior grade 9 Lord Xianxia was dead. The superior grade 9 Ice Queen was missing. The Star Monarch Battle God Pavilion's chief pavilion master, the strongest person in the divine world, was missing. There were only 10 inferior grade 9 sovereigns left in the divine world. 10 helpless sovereigns in the face of such a dangerous situation. The remaining 10 could not protect their sovereigns. Billions of martial artists looked at the darkening sky with despair. In their hearts they kept calling the divine emperor and Xianxia's names. The battle god pavilion had always protected the divine world and killed the demons. Now that the people of the divine world were facing a huge disaster, where was the strongest and most respected chief pavilion master? He did not return. He would never return. What returned was a shining golden 9-story pagoda. A pagoda that had disappeared for more than 10,000 years. Soul Emperor Pavilion. Of course, there was also an ancient beast god hall. When the Soul Emperor Pavilion's beast god hall arrived, it slowly descended towards the misty continent. Countless god emperors and supremacies were in an uproar. Then this news instantly spread throughout the entire mortal world. All the cultivators who were holed up in the cities and islands were shocked and bewildered. Yiqinghan was back. He had openly returned in the Soul Emperor Pavilion's beast god hall. In other words, Xianxia was dead. Lord Devour and the other sovereigns didn't lie to them. The god world didn't belong to Xianxia anymore. It belonged to the number one genius of the divine world had once again created a miracle that caused countless people to wet their pants. After cultivating for more than 10,000 years, his overall strength had reached the level of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. He had killed the lord of the immortal realm Xianxia and ruled over the world. Flame Dragon City was bustling with activity. Yiqinghan directly landed the Soul Emperor Pavilion in Flame Dragon City. Before they even landed, the teleportation formation in the city was already flashing non-stop. At this moment, there were not many people in Flame Dragon City, mainly because this city used to belong to Yiqinghan. Staying here would either offend Xianxia or Yiqinghan. These two people, could ordinary martial artists of the immortal realm afford to offend them? Lord Devour had come with 10 sovereigns. The venerable palace masters of the Misty Manor were all teleported here. Many patriarchs of the big families who had received the news were also teleported here. The originally empty city was now filled with tens of thousands of people. They were all here to welcome the new master of the divine world, frigid night sovereign Yiqinghan. Everyone looked at the group of people who had flashed out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's beast god hall with fiery eyes. Yiqinghan had met the Soul Emperor Pavilion on the way. Now that Xianxia was dead, of course he came back. Greetings, frigid night sovereign. When they saw a familiar green-robed man surrounded by the crowd like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, they felt a chill run down their spines. Except for Lord Devour and the beast god, all the sovereigns knelt on one knee and shouted. Even Jida and Sovereign Yanran knelt on one knee. This was what Jida and Yanran had agreed on. It was to build up momentum for Yiqinghan, to help him rule the world. Greetings, frigid night sovereign. After the sovereigns, all the venerable palace masters knelt, followed by the patriarchs of the big families and all the warriors in the city. All of them knelt like a rising tide. Their shouts shook the sky, full of respect and sincerity. They had to be sincere. At this moment the divine world was facing a world-ending crisis. Everyone was going to die. And Lord Devour said that as long as Yiqinghan came back, the divine world's crisis could be easily solved. Those who had milk were their mothers. Yiqinghan could save their lives. Yi Qinghan was their god. Moreover, Yi Qinghan could kill Xianxia. With his formidable strength, what was shameful about submitting to him? It didn't matter who was the boss. Yi Qinghan looked at the tens of thousands of people kneeling in front of him, and smiled. His smile was very bright, very gratified, incomparably comfortable and joyful. After so many years he could finally return to the divine world with dignity. How many times had he escaped death? How many times had he been in pain? How many days and nights had he been cultivating non-stop? How many times had he fainted? How many sleepless nights had he been? Yi Qinghan couldn't remember. However, he didn't want to think about it now. He could kill Xianxia, bring his women, children and family back to the divine world with dignity, and live a comfortable life. He thought, everything was worth it. Yi Qinghan turned around to look at Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingyu, Fireworks and the others. Looking at their bright eyes and smiling faces, he felt that his efforts and struggles weren't in vain. If they could live a happy and peaceful life, who would want to be a vagabond? Yi Qinghan's eyes raked through Lord Devour. He saw that Lord Devour was also excited. It seemed that she had received the news and knew that he had killed Xianxia. Xianxia was swallowed by Xiao He. Xiao He had avenged his father. However, he didn't feel anything or excited. Quite the contrary, Lord Devour was shivering with excitement. However, he controlled himself and didn't ask about the details. Instead, he shot a glance at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan finally got it. He said to the people who were still kneeling in front of him, "Stand up." Zhoosh. Everyone stood up in an orderly manner, their gazes locked onto Yi Qinghan, the emotions in their eyes incomparably complicated. There was surprise, admiration, and even hidden jealousy and resentment. Of course, most of them were hope. They hoped that Yi Qinghan could be like what Lord Devour had said, and he could save the divine world. Yi Qinghan took 2 steps forward. His eyes were as sharp as a knife as he scanned everybody's faces. Then, under everyone's expectant eyes, he started his first speech since he came to the divine world. "I killed Xianxia. The beast god Ice Queen Yi Qinghan can be my witness. In the divine world, I Yi Qinghan will be the boss. If you don't believe it, stand up now. Come out now, I'll give him a fair chance to fight. If he can defeat me, I will give him the position of boss." Oh! Besides the astonished gasps, tens of thousands of bewildered eyes and tens of thousands of dumbfounded faces, no one in the Flame Dragon City dared to say a word. All of them looked at each other in dismay. Black lines appeared on their foreheads. This Han Yi sovereign is too domineering. You killed Xianxia. If you don't become the boss, who will? Boss? Why does it sound like a god bandit leader? All the sovereigns have submitted to you. Who dares to say no? Aren't you just teasing us? Chapter 1274. Yi Qinghan's expression was solemn and he did not look like he was joking. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said slowly, "Since no one dares to step forward, that means no one objects. All right, since all of you have acknowledged me as your boss, then the matters of the divine realm shall be my Yi Qinghan's business. And my Yi Qinghan's orders are the highest orders. In the future, if anyone dares to defy my orders, don't blame Yi Qinghan for being merciless. Once discovered, the entire clan will be killed." Although Yi Qinghan had a smile on his face and his tone was incomparably calm, everyone felt a chill down their spines when they heard it. At this moment, no one doubted Yi Qinghan's words. This young master had the nickname of a human-shaped demon in the past. He could kill 1.3 billion people with a single palm strike without batting an eyelid. Yi Qinghan retracted his gaze in satisfaction when he saw the fear in everyone's eyes. Xianxia had been operating in the divine realm for so many years, and he had left behind countless forces in the open and in the dark. The Battle God Pavilion was the largest force in the divine realm. Now that he was the leader of the divine realm, he had to show some of his methods. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of anyone targeting him, but his family and clansmen would inevitably roam the divine realm in the future. If someone wanted to assassinate them, it would be impossible to guard against it. Understood. Another wave of earth-shattering voices rang out as everyone shouted in unison. Then they all looked at Yi Qinghan with hope in their eyes. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said indifferently, "And that's all. Everyone disperse." What? Countless people blinked their eyes. Even a few sovereigns were confused as they watched Yi Qinghan lead a group of people towards the Flame Dragon City Lord Manor. They were all dumbfounded. Today, everyone was not just here to welcome Yi Qinghan back. Most importantly, they were waiting for Yi Qinghan to lead everyone to kill the devil monarch that was hiding in the divine realm. Yet Yi Qinghan was telling everyone to return now? Was he going to leave just like that? Was he going to rest and have sex? The god realm was about to be destroyed. My lord, the Blood Knight monarch couldn't hold it in any longer. He stared at Yi Qinghan's back as he spoke. Mo Shanghuang and the others also stared at Yi Qinghan. The tens of thousands of people present had turned into resentful little wives. Is there anything else? Yi Qinghan turned to look at the crowd with a puzzled look on his face. However, he was sneering in his heart. He had deliberately left them hanging to make them anxious. My lord, the devil monarch. The Blood Knight monarch pointed at the sky with a bitter expression. The tens of thousands of people behind him also nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Their gazes were as anxious as could be. Oh, you mean the demon monarchs? Yi Qinghan smiled as if nothing had happened. He waved his hand and continued to lead his people into the city lord's mansion. He left behind a few words. You can all go back. Wait for me to have a good rest. I'll take a bath and drink some wine to restore my spirit. Later I'll go and kill these B***stards. Is the god realm a place where they can come and go as they please? Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan and his people disappearing into the city lord's mansion. They exchanged looks again. The 10 lower 9th grade sovereigns of the god realm were at their wits' end. Yet he could kill them easily. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, since Yi Qinghan had said it, they could only believe it. Everyone left the teleportation formation, but they didn't dare to return. They all gathered in the nearby Longyang city. They were waiting for Yi Qinghan to show his might and easily crush those devil monarchs who were hiding in the god realm and had struck fear into the hearts of billions of warriors in the god realm. The sealed god valley was still as beautiful as before. Yi Qinghan walked in with his wives, Lord Devour, Kid Beast God and Li Shui. As for the others, they weren't qualified to enter. Even Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan didn't send her a message to come in. Returning to the sealed god valley, Yu Qingqing, Huiyan and the others beamed with joy. This was their first real home. Seeing that the palaces weren't destroyed, even Yu Qingqing, who was the calmest, beamed with joy. Wuhan. Thank you. In the main hall, as soon as they sat down, Lord Devour stood up and bowed deeply to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was so scared that he stood up and helped Lord Devour up. He asked fearfully, Lord, what are you doing? Lord Devour lifted his head. His face was full of tears and his voice was choked with sobs. He said sincerely, Thank you for taking revenge for the Soul Emperor for me. If it weren't for you, Diao Wu wouldn't have been able to fulfill her wish for the rest of her life. You deserve this kowtow. Lord, don't say that. Like this, Yi Qinghan is too ashamed to show his face. If it weren't for Lord, Yi Qinghan would still be the trash of the Yi family. He would have lived a mediocre life. It's Yi Qinghan who should thank you. Yi Qinghan said sincerely. Although he was angry at Lord Devour for arranging his life. Without Lord Devour's arrangement, he would still be the 7th son of the Yi family. How could he rule the god world like he did now? How could he have so many beautiful wives? How could he have lived such a magnificent life? All right, don't thank me. Little Han, you should go and kill those demon monarchs first. Seeing the two of them exclaiming as if they wanted to talk about the old days. The beast god was so anxious, urging them. Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour exchanged looks and smiled. Yi Qinghan's heroic spirit burst out and he said to the beast god, Let's go. We'll find those demon monarchs and crush them. Jita was excited. He stood up and said with a smile, I'm going too. I'm going to watch the fun. Lord Devour nodded with a smile. Under Jida's lead, Yi Qinghan and Jida teleported to the teleportation formation. Then they teleported to the high sky outside. When Yi Qinghan appeared in the sky, the demon monarchs, masters of the venerable palace, and the patriarchs of the big families in the Dragon Sun City were shaken. They immediately teleported to Yi Qinghan's side. Why did they make such a big scene? It's just a few low-grade demon monarchs. Can't they fly? Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely. With a flip of his hand, the slaughter god's saber appeared in his hand. He sent his divine sense into it and said, Xiao Hei, it's time to do it. There's a lot of energy waiting for you to devour. He boss. Watch me, Lord Xiaohei. Xiaohei chuckled and turned into a shadow that flew out of the slaughter god's saber. He circled around Yi Qinghan a few times before turning into an overwhelming gust of wind that floated towards the black air current in the sky. This, oh my god. Divine Emperor Supremacy, am I seeing things? What kind of monster is this? He's actually devouring the aura of the demon monarchs? Countless divine senses were quietly probing Yi Qinghan's side. They wanted to see how Yi Qinghan suppressed those demon monarchs. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan only took out a black battle saber and waved the weapon spirit inside. That weapon spirit actually turned into a green gust of wind and started to devour large amounts of demon aura. The black demon aura in the sky started to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jida had already seen Xiaohei's terrifying devouring ability and was not surprised. Yi Qinghan looked around and grinned. Looking at the shocked beast deity beside him, he smiled and said, "Great ancestor, do you believe that I am not lying now? With Xiaohei around, no matter how many demon monarchs come, they will just be sending themselves to death. As for those hidden demon monarchs, once all the demon aura is devoured, they will naturally show their true forms. With Xiaohei's ability, he can easily devour them. We don't even need to do anything. We can just stand here and watch the show." Chapter 1275. In the sky, a blue gust of wind swept in all directions. Even Jida and the others felt suffocated from the pressure coming from it. Under the blue gust of wind, the dark cloud-like demonic aura above Flame Dragon City was completely swallowed. The demonic sun's light that hadn't been seen for a long time once again shone around Flame Dragon City. The few residents of Flame Dragon City were instantly overjoyed. Countless messages spread throughout the divine realm. Frigid Night Monarch had made a move. His move was earth-shattering. The demonic aura above Flame Dragon City was immediately swept away. The divine realm was saved. Joy spread like a plague in the divine realm. Hundreds of millions of martial artists all shouted Frigid Night Monarch's name. Countless people cried and knelt on the ground to pray. Happiness came too suddenly. Everyone couldn't accept it. Xiaohei's speed of swallowing was too fast. In the blink of an eye, all the demonic aura above Dragon Sun Manor was swallowed. Then Xiaohei headed north. Like a surging tide, he covered all the demonic aura in the sky and swallowed it. 6 hours. In just 6 hours, all the demonic aura above the floating continent was swallowed. The entire floating continent was once again bathed in the warm light of the demonic sun. The news spread throughout the divine realm. The martial artists of the divine realm cheered again. A day later, 1/3 of the divine realm's sky regained its light. However, Xiaohei flew back and stopped swallowing. Yi Qinghan had also returned to Flame Dragon City, and everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Why did he stop halfway through? He was clearly about to climax, but he softened. Wasn't he just hanging everyone's appetite? Yi Qinghan didn't explain to them. Even when Blood Night Monarch and the others came to ask, Yi Qinghan didn't explain. He just told them to go back and calm the army. These devil monarchs couldn't escape. Xiaohei had yet to refine the chaos divine crystal he had swallowed. Now that he had swallowed so much demonic aura formed from the power of darkness, there was too much energy in his soul. He needed to refine it before he could continue swallowing. Yi Qinghan did not care about what the people of the divine world thought of him. He lived in the sealed God Valley leisurely. Every day he would play chess with Jida. When he was free, he would accompany his women and guide his children in their cultivation. Half a year later, Xiaohei came out of seclusion. This time Xiaohei did not stop. In one breath, he continuously devoured the demonic aura. 3 days later, most of the demonic aura in the sky of the immortal world was devoured. There was only a small cluster of demonic aura near the green hills in the south. These few bastards are hiding here. Without the demonic aura, they can't hide their true bodies. Xiaohei go. Yi Qinghan brought beast god Jida Zhu and a group of devil monarchs to the south of the immortal world. Apart from Yi Qinghan and Jida, everyone gathered their spatial power. They were extremely nervous. They were prepared to suppress the demonic aura once the true bodies of the devil monarchs appeared. Don't move. Watch me, Lord Xiaohei. Xiaohei circled around Yi Qinghan a few times. Then he looked at everyone proudly and turned into a gust of wind sweeping towards the south. His hiss, as expected. As the demonic aura decreased, the devil monarchs hiding inside could no longer hide. 6 clusters of demonic aura quickly gathered and turned into 6 ferocious devil monarchs. Hee. Evil humans, your doomsday is here. The great ancestor demon Lord Aogu is now leading all the devil monarchs and citizens of the sacred world towards the immortal world. He will descend tomorrow. Surrender quickly and I will preserve your consciousness. Otherwise, your souls will be destroyed and you will fall into the Azure Sea forever. An extremely cold and evil voice sounded. How powerful would the aura of the 6 devil monarchs be? The expressions of the supremacies behind Yi Qinghan could be seen. All the supremacies began to tremble. Their eyes shone with fear. Their eyes were also slightly bloodshot. It was obvious that they were being attacked by the demonic aura. Yi Qinghan was furious. He was the boss of the immortal world. Now there was a foreign race in his territory. How dare they threaten his subordinates? How preposterous! How dare they rebel? He immediately circulated the power of cold and suppressed the aura of the 6 devil monarchs. He shouted angrily, Motherf *Ker, do you think I am afraid of you? Look at the blade in my hand. This is the sacred weapon of your demon world. Let me tell you, I have been to your demon world and killed a few devil monarchs. Your ancestor demon is leading the troops here? Good, I will kill as many as you come. The next day I will lead the immortal world army and wipe out all the creatures of your demon world. The demon world will become the second immortal world. Xiaohei, do it. It would have been fine if Yi Qinghan had not released his aura. The moment he released his aura, all the supremacies were shaken and fell. They felt as if countless mountains were pressing down on them. Other than the beast god and kid who was beside Yi Qinghan, the rest of the devil monarchs swayed and almost fell. It was only when Yi Qinghan shouted and retracted his aura, allowing Xiaohei to make his move, that they heaved a sigh of relief. They hurriedly wiped the sweat off their faces. Hee. This Lord Xiaohei easily swallowed one of your devil monarchs in the past. Today there are 6 of you. It will be a little difficult. However, this Lord Xiaohei plans to challenge you. Die. After the devil monarchs appeared, Xiaohei only formed his soul-devouring beast body and watched from the side. The moment Yi Qinghan gave the order, he immediately grinned and turned into a gust of wind again, enveloping the 6 devil monarchs. Ah! What kind of monster is this? Supreme Ancestor Devil God Emperor, save us. This is blasphemy against the devils. When the Ancestor Devil God leads his army here tomorrow, the entire immortal world will fall into the Azure Sea forever. The bodies of the 6 devil monarchs were corroded and swallowed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their bodies turned into devil aura and fled in all directions. However, Xiaohei's devouring speed was too fast. It would have been fine if their bodies had not dispersed, but now that they had dispersed, their strength became weaker. Before they could completely escape the range of Xiaohei's wind, they were all completely corroded and swallowed. When Xiaohei finished devouring and turned into a palm-sized soul-devouring beast, he flew toward Yi Qinghan. All the venerables who had just flown up were dumbfounded. Even many devil monarchs' expressions changed. It was really like master like beast. Yi Qinghan was the immortal world's #1 monster. After cultivating for 100 years, his overall strength reached grade 9. After cultivating for 10,000 years, he reached grade 9 supreme martial artist and killed Xianxia. He was as monstrous as he could be. At this moment, one of his battle beasts had clearly used the soul-devouring transformation and should have died, but it did not die. Instead, it had become so monstrous. Xiaohei was so monstrous that they shuddered in the depths of their souls. If Xiaohei's wind swept them in, would they be able to resist? Can't, boss. There's too much energy. I need to sleep for a while and refine it in seclusion. Xiaohei ignored the horrified gazes of the crowd and transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's body shook and his face lit up. He immediately transmitted his voice back. Sleep for a while? Are you going to evolve? I don't know. I can't feel it. However, there's so much energy. Maybe after I finish refining it, I will evolve again. Xiaohei shook his head and directly entered the slaughter god blade. He fell into a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and flew towards the flame dragon city. Originally, he thought that Xiaohei would be able to hold on for a while longer. Then he would bring him to the transfer plane and kill all the demons there. He would destroy the teleportation portal that the demon realm had painstakingly built and completely cut off the demon realm's path of attack. In the past, The demon realm entered the Nepha's abyss from the dimensional battlefield under the leadership of the three ancestor devils. However, they were stopped by the Battle Emperor and all the experts of the immortal world. In the end, under the powerful restrictions of the Battle Emperor, all of them were killed and suppressed. However, the demon realm did not give up, especially because of the relationship between the three ancestor devils and the supreme slaughter god Blade. Hence, one of the strongest genius monarchs of the demon realm traveled a long distance from the Wuji void. He almost exhausted all of his power of darkness before he arrived at the immortal world. He used the remaining evil aura to secretly control a material plane and used all of his energy to build a saint teleportation portal. It was used as a springboard for the demon realm to attack the immortal world. Yi Qinghan had the power of frost. After killing Xianxia, he was not afraid of the ancestor devils of the demon realm. However, the evil aura was too domineering. If it was really like what the demon monarch said and the demon realm attacked from all planes, the fate of the immortal world would be uncertain. After returning to the Flame Dragon City, Yi Qinghan stood in the plaza and looked up at the void. A look of worry flashed across his eyes. He shook his head and sighed. I hope the demon realm will not really launch a large-scale attack. Even if they do, they will not attack so quickly. Otherwise, I will be forced to leave my home after only being the boss of the immortal world for a few days. That will be. God damn it. Chapter 1276. The people of the divine realm did not know about Yi Qinghan's worries. Although many sovereigns and venerables heard the threats of the devil monarchs, no one took it to heart. Weren't the devil monarchs, which were like mountains on top of the divine realm, easily devoured by Yi Qinghan's war beasts? This soul-devouring beast did not die even after using the soul-devouring transformation and became so powerful. So what if the devil realm had more devil monarchs? Moreover, Xiaohe was already so powerful. Wouldn't his boss Yi Qinghan, who could kill Xianxia, be even more powerful? Many people in the divine realm even compared Yi Qinghan to the strongest expert of the divine realm in ancient times, the patriarch of the fire god tribe Zhou. There were even more ridiculous people who compared Yi Qinghan to a divine emperor. Xianxia's strength reached the peak of the 9th grade supreme martial artist. If Yi Qinghan could kill him, what else could it be but a divine emperor? In fact, Yi Qinghan did not know what level his strength was. In terms of laws, Yi Qinghan was actually a 7th grade war god. In terms of souls, Yi Qinghan's soul skills could easily kill a 9th grade war god. In terms of treasures, with the fire god battle armor, Yi Qinghan could survive against a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Finally, in terms of the power of cold, no one knew what level Yi Qinghan's strength was. I'm a mother-f*** king monster. Yi Qinghan muttered to himself as he sat on the Wanderer Island north of the soul-devouring city. In the distance, Yao Ji Huayin Ling Air Li Shu'er and the others were enjoying the scenery. Of course, such a bleak scene could only be considered as an autumn stroll. Yi Qinghan sat alone on a hillside and began to sort out the messy thoughts in his mind. The power of cold appeared inexplicably. Until now, Yi Qinghan did not know why such a strange energy appeared in his soul space. This energy was actually above all other types of energy, causing the might of the Godslayer spear to increase by several times. With Xianxia's cultivation at 9th grade sovereign realm, the spatial energy he condensed was so domineering, but it was still weaker than the cold energy. In the past, Yi Qinghan was busy killing Xianxia, chasing after him and cultivating. He never had the time to calm down and think about it and analyze it. At this moment, everything was finally settled. No one could threaten the lives of him and his loved ones anymore. Only then did Yi Qinghan let fireworks and the others have fun on their own. He sat there alone, thinking quietly. Once again, Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to explore the soul space. Looking at this strange soul space, he felt very upset. The origin fragment completely enveloped the soul ocean and turned into billions of stars. The power of thunder, darkness, and light, as well as the mysterious power from Monarch Yenran and the Dark Phoenix tribe's vital Yin, turned into countless gusts of wind and blew around the billions of stars. In the center, a huge ball of cold energy stood proudly like a monarch. Not a single bit of energy dared to blow over. The more Yi Qinghan looked, the more he felt that the soul space was like a garbage dump filled with all sorts of rubbish. Why do I feel that this soul space is getting more and more familiar? Right. The last time I was in the reincarnation mystic realm, when Xianxia came out, I also had this feeling. What does this soul space look like? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Yi Qinghan's brows furrowed in confusion, forming a crease on his forehead. But he was stuck and he could not understand. After a while he retracted his divine sense and opened his eyes. Soul space, what kind of weird thing are you? Yi Qinghan let out a long breath and looked up at the endless sky. It was as if he could see through the sky and see the endless void. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's body suddenly shook. His eyes shot out a brilliant light. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the endless sky. After a long time he said with a trembling voice, endless void, endless void. Why does this young master's soul space look so similar to the endless void? Billions of stars. Billions of planes. Cool breeze, space-shattering blade current. Soul space, plate boundary. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more he felt that it was similar. Because at this moment he sensed that those origin fragments had surrounded the soul ocean fragments, forming a sealed space. And, as the soul space grew, it was getting bigger. Big and small and countless planes, it was unimaginable. Mother ***, if my soul space really became another plate boundary, then wouldn't I be the god of creation? Impossible, impossible, there is no space vortex in the soul space, no black hole, and the ghastly wind is not the space-shattering blade flow. Moreover, there is no cold power in the endless void, this soul sea is definitely not a world. What the hell is this power of cold? Yi Qinghan cried out. Fortunately, Yao Ji and the others had gone to the other side of the island and were watching the scenery from the seaside. Otherwise they would think that Yi Qinghan had gone crazy and was spouting nonsense. Your cold energy is not called cold energy. It's called primordial energy. At this moment an old and somewhat familiar voice suddenly rang out beside Yi Qinghan, scaring Yi Qinghan half to death and causing him to jump up. Who is it? Yi Qinghan was like a frightened hedgehog. He instantly opened his divine sense and circulated the cold energy. 10 God Slayer spears revolved around his body, ready to attack at any time. As the leader of the immortal realm, who would dare to suddenly appear next to him and speak to him so rudely without asking for permission? Although this voice was somewhat familiar, he knew very well that it was definitely not someone he knew. In fact, he really had never seen this person before. When Yi Qinghan's divine sense detected a lone boat slowly sailing over from the distant seaside, he saw a barefooted, white-haired old man in linen clothes standing on the boat. Yi Qinghan's entire body tensed up to its limit. He even wanted to use the 10 God Slayer spears to stab the old man's head in the next second. However, he didn't move in the end. It wasn't because he was being cautious, but because he didn't dare. A fatal premonition appeared in his heart, and a thought automatically appeared in his mind. This person wasn't someone he could defeat. If he attacked, he would be turned into ashes. Most importantly, he didn't sense any energy fluctuations from this old man's body. However, the small boat seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually flying over at a frighteningly fast speed. Strangely, Yao Ji, Yi Qingyu and the others in the distance didn't seem to see or sense the old man. They were still fooling around. Hiss! Yi Qinghan had seen many strange things in his life and he himself was a freak. However, the strange scene this time terrified him. His heart turned cold and his bones froze. An expert who had appeared out of nowhere was so ridiculously strong that he, a peak 9th grade supreme martial artist, didn't even have the courage to fight. Other than the manager of the Plate Realm, the Divine Emperor Supreme, he couldn't think of anyone else. What was the Divine Emperor Supreme doing here? Yi Qinghan thought about the destruction of the Divine World, the 10 ancient clans, more than 29th grade supreme martial artists, and more than 109th grade supreme martial artists killed, and his heart turned cold. Your cold power isn't called cold power. It's called primordial power. Thinking about what the old man had said, Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with despair. He knows about my soul mutation. If he knows about cold power, he will definitely come to kill me, a heretic, a monster who is different from the Plate Realm's martial artists. However, just as Yi Qinghan was about to give up and fight to the death, he saw the old man's boat stop 10,000 miles away. Then he smiled at him. Second person, keep up the good work. I look forward to our next meeting. Second person, keep up the good work. I look forward to our next meeting. The old voice rang out once more, reverberating in Yi Qinghan's ears, causing him to tremble. Then the old man turned and left. The boat slowly floated into the distance, but in just a few blinks of an eye, it disappeared from Yi Qinghan's divine sense. It disappeared without a trace as if it had never been there. The laughter of fireworks and the others could be heard faintly, but Yi Qinghan felt as if he was in a dream. He wiped the cold sweat off his face and scanned the divine world with his divine sense again and again, but he still couldn't find the old man. Yi Qinghan bit his tongue hard. It hurt. He was bleeding. His blood was salty. It wasn't a dream. He stood by the seaside and looked at the sky and sea in the distance. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his eyes were dazed. He murmured, "Second person, it's the second person again? Last time in that dusky space I didn't hear wrongly. Who is this old man? Is he really a divine emperor supreme? What does he mean? Why does this young master feel an indescribable sadness in his balls?" Chapter 1277. The old man in hempen robes came and left quietly. 2 words drifting in the air. Like a huge mountain, he pressured Yi Qinghan to the point that she couldn't breathe. Soul mutation always gave Yi Qinghan an inexplicable sense of fear. Originally, his soul came from Earth and crossed over to this world. He felt like a stowaway, a freak. The mutation of his soul made him feel like he had completely turned into a monster. A monster that went against the rules of heaven and earth and the laws of nature. Therefore, he didn't even tell his closest wife about this secret. Other than Xiao He and the dead war emperor, no one else knew. Xiao He didn't have any ulterior motives. Even if Yi Qinghan became a demon, he wouldn't mind. Therefore, Yi Qinghan wasn't worried. But now a stranger suddenly showed up, an outrageously strong man who was very likely to be the manager of this world. A divine emperor supreme master. He abruptly told Yi Qinghan that the secret hidden in the depths of her soul was in his palm. Would Yi Qinghan be frightened? Would he feel suffocated? If the old man was an ordinary warrior, Yi Qinghan would kill him without hesitation. He had hidden this secret, but this person actually made him unable to summon the slightest bit of fighting spirit. Therefore Yi Qinghan sat on the hill looking at the clouds in the sky and the ebb and flow of the tide in the distance. His heart was filled with sadness. Yi Qinghan sat on the hillside for 3 days and 3 nights. Fireworks and the rest actually wanted to come over, but the meticulous Yu Qingqing delayed them. Yu Qingqing sensed that there was something wrong with Yi Qinghan's mood. He was in a lonely and desolate atmosphere. She didn't dare to disturb him. She wanted him to calm down and think about it. Yu Qingqing was right. After 3 days, Yi Qinghan thought things through. He thought things through for now. Originally, I was already dead on Earth. For my soul to be able to transmigrate here, it can be said that I've seized the fate of the heavens and lived another life. Since he came to this world, he would have definitely died many times. At this moment, he could still stand here and enjoy the scenery and listen to the sound of the tide. What more could I ask for? If the divine emperor thinks that I have violated the laws of heaven and earth and the laws of nature, if you want to erase me from this world, then so be it. In this life, I have stood at the peak of the fire dragon continent, at the peak of the god realm. I have so many beautiful wives. What else can I not be satisfied with? As long as I wait for Xiao He to regain his true form, I will have no regrets even if I die. Yi Qinghan stretched his body and looked at the horizon in the distance. A relieved smile appeared on his face. Didn't the divine emperor supreme come this time? He did not take his life, which meant that he still had some years to live. As long as they worked hard to resurrect Xiao He, it would not be a big deal even if he died. He turned his head and looked behind him. Not far from him, 8 beautiful women with different styles were sitting together. Seeing that he turned his head and all of them had sweet smiles on their faces, he was in a good mood. He strode toward them and said with a smile, "Let's go back to soul-devouring city." A luxurious chariot rose into the air, and 8 beautiful women with graceful figures and unique styles sat in the chariot with a handsome azure-robed man, who gave off a domineering aura without being angry. That scene was like an ancient celestial emperor traveling. It was majestic and domineering, making others envious. The war chariot slowly landed on the rooftop of soul-devouring city. Lord Jiu, who was sitting quietly on the rooftop, immediately came to welcome them. However, Lord Devour, who liked to read under the grape trellis, was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Lord? Where's Shui'er and Yao Yao?" Yi Qinghan smiled and nodded at Lord Jiu. Everyone sat down on the grape trellis. The devil monarch was destroyed and the god realm temporarily regained its peace. Lord Devour returned to soul-devouring city. Kid was still the lord of the misty continent. The hidden sovereign became the lord of the South Mountain continent. Zhu Yi became the new lord of stars. As for the beast god and Yi Feihu, they returned to the beast god's secret realm. Zhu Yi had ambition, but the beast god did not. Moreover, Yi Qinghan was from the beast god's bloodline. Yi Qinghan becoming the lord of the god realm was tantamount to the beast god's bloodline ruling over the god realm. Lord brought Miss Yao Yao to the god realm to play. When we were in the fire dragon continent, Lord promised Yao Yao that as long as he returned to the god realm, he would accompany her to all the fun places in the god realm. Miss Shui has returned to Dripping Spring City. They told me to inform Xiao He when he comes out of seclusion, and they will rush over immediately. Lord Jiu served everyone a cup of tea and then stood gracefully at the side. Yi Qinghan and the ladies looked at each other and smiled. They recalled that the Devil Devourer was exactly the same as Xiao He, playful, impulsive, and eager to see the world in chaos. This trip would probably give Lord Devourer a headache again. Little Han, there's something I don't know if I should say? Everyone was chatting and laughing, talking about the anecdotes of Yao Yao's childhood. Lord Jiu, however, had a worried expression on his face as he looked at Yi Qinghan and spoke in a low voice. Yi Qinghan laughed and said, "Oh? What is it? Is it because Lord isn't here and Emperor Yi is pestering you again?" When the ladies heard this, they all looked at Lord Jiu and covered their mouths as they laughed. Firework continued. Jiu, Emperor Yi has been very good these years. He hasn't flirted around and is sincere to you. You should consider it carefully. It's not about that. Lord Jiu was teased by Yi Qinghan and the others, and she could no longer be graceful. She stamped her feet and said shyly, "It's about Lord." "Lord? What's wrong with Yaowu?" Yao Ji asked curiously as everyone stopped laughing. Lord Jiu said worriedly, "Lord, her behavior has been a little strange recently. She often sits here alone and doesn't let anyone come near, not even me. Sometimes she sits there for a few days. I secretly found out that she would cry alone and she would sit there for a whole night. She even went to the Soul Emperor Pavilion 3 times. When you and young Lady Yao Yao and Shui Air came, her mood became better. Jiu is very worried." Yi Qinghan's face darkened and the ladies' faces also darkened. They all knew about the matter between Lord Devourer and the Soul Emperor. It could be said that Yi Qinghan's rise was because Lord Devourer wanted to take revenge for the Soul Emperor. No one knew how deep Lord Devourer's feelings for the Soul Emperor were. However, Lord Devourer had quietly struggled for so many years in order to take revenge for the Soul Emperor. He had never given up, so they could see some clues. A woman had secretly fallen in love with a man who didn't love her back. That man had accompanied her to the end of the world without any complaints, just because that man had turned around and smiled at her one day. However, that man had fallen in love with someone else. She had watched the man she loved marry another woman and have children. She could only hide her sorrow in her heart and force a smile on her face. Later on, that man and his wife had died, leaving behind a little son. She wiped her tears resolutely and took her son back to the Fire Dragon continent, hiding there. She had been accumulating her power in silence to take revenge alone. No one knew how bitter she had been. No one knew how sorrowful she had been. At this moment she had finally taken her revenge. Her rock-like heart finally relaxed, and the obsession in her heart was finally put down. Thus she was no longer strong. She started to miss that man and she started to grieve silently. Lord Devourer's life was a legend, a lonely life and also a tragic life. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply, turning to Yao Ji and talking seriously. "If you don't have anything to do, you should come and accompany her more. She's a lonely woman, a woman worthy of respect." Chapter 1278. The Devil Monarch was killed. The sky of the divine realm was once again shrouded in the warm light of the demonic sun. The divine realm was once again bustling with activity. Yi Qinghan had also freed himself from the shackles in his heart. He no longer worried about his soul mutation and started to get down to business. Shintu Wuya and Shintu Xiong's youngest son, hidden in a small mystic realm, was mercilessly killed. It wasn't that Yi Qinghan was vicious, but he wasn't sure when he would die. The divine emperor supremacy was like a sharp sword hanging over his head. He had to think for his descendants. He did not want Shintu Xiong's descendants to carry the hatred of their ancestors in millions of years, and mercilessly take revenge on the Yi family. Yi Qinghan did not kill the elders of the War God Pavilion. He also forbade everyone from taking revenge on Shintu Xiong's old subordinates. He also announced that the divine realm was strictly prohibited from killing for no reason. Conflicts, disputes and hatred were to be resolved in the arena. The official army of the entire continent was unified. If there was any private killing, they would be killed without mercy. Fight. Want to gain experience? Go to the wild. The beasts multiply fast. Under the star sea there are enough sea beasts to kill for 1,000,000 years. After that, Yi Qinghan began to select the elites from the divine realm and all the material planes, and gathered them in the new Flame Dragon Sacred City. Yi Qinghan did not plan to let outsiders live in the Flame Dragon City. Only the descendants of the Yi family were qualified to live there. Yi Qinghan built the largest city on the continent, the Flame Dragon Sacred City, not far from the Flame Dragon City. The new city lord, Yi Qinghan, was prepared to give it to Lei Zhen, who was still in seclusion, to break through to rank 9. Outsiders were not allowed to live in the Flame Dragon Sacred City. All the residents were elites chosen by Yi Qinghan from all over the continent. Yi Qinghan gave these elites a huge amount of resources and treasures. The mysterious map, the Dream Palace, they were free to use. Since ancient times, the overall strength of the divine realm had reached its lowest point in history. There were pitifully few rank 9 experts. The battle between Yi Qinghan and Xianxia had also caused the God realm to lose a portion of its peak experts. The God world couldn't afford internal strife. Needed to have more experts. That way they wouldn't be defeated in the planar wars, and the God world wouldn't fall into enemy hands. Of course, there was one more thing. Yi Qinghan didn't know if the Supreme God Emperor would come to take his life. Therefore he launched the plan to create a strong expert to prepare a way out. Unifying these geniuses and elites to train, nurture and gain experience was a little like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Experts nurtured in this way would definitely not be as strong as those who had broken through in battle. However, this way these geniuses would be better protected and wouldn't die prematurely. Of course, there was another more important point. These geniuses and elites had grown up with Yi Qinghan's stories. They were extremely loyal and fanatical to Yi Qinghan. Even if he was killed by the Supreme God Emperor in the future, even if these people were no longer loyal to the Yi family, they would still take care of the Yi family. Yi Qinghan's sons and daughters, as well as the elite disciples of the Flame Dragon Continent and the Flame Dragon Island. All of them stayed with the ordinary geniuses and elites. There was no difference in treatment. If you had the ability, talent and diligent cultivation, you would have more resources and a chance to rise. Otherwise, you could only return to the Flame Dragon City and live a carefree life. Yu Qingqing presided over the harem. All the disciples of the Yi family, the people of the Flame Dragon City, the people of the Flame Dragon Island, and the elite disciples who had migrated from the Beast God continent were under her management. Yu Qingqing mercilessly punished all the disciples who had committed crimes. Not long ago, one of Feng Zi's sons used his father's relationship with Yi Qinghan to form a faction in the Holy City, oppressing the other disciples. He even fought and killed an elite genius. When Yu Qingqing heard about it, she destroyed his cultivation and sent him back to the Flame Dragon continent, never to step into the divine realm. Even Feng Zi put down his pride and came to the divine realm to beg for mercy. Yi Qinghan waited for 10 years. When he found that Xiao He had not come out of seclusion, he had no choice. He started to clean up the Fiend Realm's transit plane in the divine realm. Before the 5 devil monarchs died, they said that the Fiend Realm's ancestor devil was going to attack the divine realm. The people in the divine realm were not afraid, but Yi Qinghan had to take it seriously. Lord Devour was still playing with the demon devourer. They would stop here for a while and stay for a while. Yi Qinghan did not want to disturb her. He discussed with Zhu Yi, Beast God Kid and the others for a while. Bringing Beast God Zhu Yi, Yi Feihu and Supremacy Li Quan, they rode on the Beast God Palace and flew towards the endless void. Beast God Zhu Yi and Yi Feihu could not enter that material plane. They only let the 3 of them receive them outside. Yi Qinghan planned to go in alone. It would be best if he could clean up all the evil demons inside. If not, he could destroy the teleportation formation inside. The Beast God Palace flew at full speed. 2 months later they arrived outside the material plane. You guys fly around this plane. Lord Li Quan, bring me down. Yi Qinghan said a few words and let Supremacy Li Quan bring him towards the material plane. Actually, Venerable Li Quan's role in following them this time was to do hard labor. Supremacy Li Quan was a pseudo grade 9 and could enter material planes. Yi Qinghan had used up a lot of his cold energy in the battle with Xianxia. He could not waste it recklessly. Therefore he let Li Quan follow him. Yi Qinghan's divine senses had already spread out. He easily found a weak spot in the space. Under his guidance, Li Quan flew towards it. Once he stepped on the origin source, Yi Qinghan's divine senses immediately went through the weak spot in the space and quietly probed the material plane. However, he probed with his divine senses but felt nothing but darkness. He could not sense anything. The evil demon aura inside was terrifyingly dense. Yi Qinghan did not dare to spread his divine senses wide. After hesitating for a moment, he did not choose to enter. Instead, he transmitted his voice to Li Quan, Beast God, and the others. Pay attention. Prepare for battle. After saying that, Yi Qinghan spread his divine senses wide. He used all his strength to penetrate the evil demon aura inside the material plane and scanned it. Hiss hiss. Kiki. As expected, Yi Qinghan's probing immediately alarmed the abyssal experts inside. Countless abyssal experts roared and locked onto Yi Qinghan's divine sense, tracking her all the way out. 1 evil demon sovereign. 2 upper grade 9 evil demon sovereigns. And 9 lower grade 9 evil demon sovereigns. There is a huge teleportation array that is still sending evil demons. Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine senses and instantly understood the situation inside. His body shook and his expression changed. Sensing that upper grade 9 evil demon sovereign, he led all the evil demon sovereigns and flew towards the void. Yi Qinghan immediately shouted, Li Quan, go to the Beast God Palace. Flee immediately. Li Quan immediately turned into a meteor with Yi Qinghan and flew towards the Beast God Palace in the distance. Beast God also received Yi Qinghan's transmission and quickly flew over to greet him. Go, leave this place immediately. Once inside the Beast God Palace, Yi Qinghan immediately shouted. However, his body immediately concealed its aura and became a cripple without any divine power. The Beast God Palace immediately fled far away. Everyone immediately spread out their divine senses and explored that material plane. In the end, everyone was shocked when they saw it. Outside that material plane, black smoke came out first. Then black fog came out from all directions. In just the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire material plane, covering the sky and earth. It was pitch black. Then the black fog quickly turned into countless black swords and chased after the Beast God Palace.